Oh, oh, oh. Okay, good evening. Lots happened over this week in the world of sport. A lot has happened. Um, Obviously, Atalanta beating Bayer Leverkusen in the Europa League final, ending Bayer Leverkusen's run of 51 games unbeaten. It was only the second time in this season that they failed to score a goal. And Atalanta completely dominated the game. It was a fantastic final. And of course, we have two more European finals to look forward to next week. Of course, tomorrow we've got the FA Cup final at Wembley, and we have the German Cup final where Leverkusen can still do a domestic unbeaten season by winning League and Cup. So it's not all over for Bayer Leverkusen. They can still make German footballing history. Managerial news, a lot has happened in the world of football management. Obviously, Claudio Ranieri has announced he is going to officially retire from football management at the end of this season. Pochettino has left Chelsea. Lopetegui has now been officially appointed West Ham's new manager, replacing David Moyes. There's speculation surrounding Eric Ten Hag at Manchester United. Multiple managers have been linked with the role at Manchester United, even though he's still manager, and of course they've got a cup final tomorrow. So we'll see what happens with Ten Hag and Manchester United. But it's looking very likely that even if he does win tomorrow, he's most likely losing his job. We'll have to see what happens. Obviously, informal meetings have been had with several interested parties, and of course, Xavi has been sacked by Barcelona. He will take charge of their last game of the season, but he will not be there next season. So the managerial circus continues. Barcelona showing that even if you are a club legend, then you don't get to keep your job very long. So there is a lot to unpick from this week in just football alone. There's some other sports as well to discuss. Obviously, we've now reached the conference final stage of the NHL playoffs. It's going to be interesting. All four teams have, Florida, the only team never to have won the Stanley Cup, but all four teams have not basically won a Stanley Cup this century. So we have a 1 in 4 chance of having a new team on the trophy. The Rangers have been 30 years since they last lifted the Stanley Cup, 34 years for the Oilers, and the best part of 25 years for the Stars. So it's going to be interesting to see a changing of the guard in the NHL. Obviously, recent times it's been Tampa Bay. Obviously, Vegas have been very, very competitive. Colorado have won again, so it's a bit of change in the NHL. And people say, there's still the haves and have-nots, but the salary cap is making it really, really difficult to win multiple Stanley Cups in a short space of time. Look at Tampa Bay; they've fallen off a bit, and has their window of winning silverware ended with this current group of players? Evening. Club histories will resume in the coming days as well. Got some more club histories to do. I'm going to focus on some lesser-known clubs and some more non-league clubs in England, because there's some really interesting clubs in England that have some interesting records and backstories. And I'm going to do some more clubs across Europe as well. So I've gone through the entirety of the Football League now. So we've got to delve a bit deeper into ex-Football League clubs. And there are quite a few in the National League and National League North and South to look at. And of course, there's some very interesting clubs across Europe we can still look at as well. There's quite a few successful clubs across Europe we haven't done videos on yet. And of course, there's still more silverware to be won by some clubs that we haven't actually done videos on at this point. So some of my club history videos are already out of date because clubs have won further silverware since I've done those videos. So it's going to be fun to look at. But as I say, the managerial circus continues. We don't know who's going to replace Pochettino at Chelsea, for example. We know that Manchester United are speculating about Ten Hag's future. We know reports have come out of Old Trafford of informal meetings with several candidates, including Pochettino himself, who's obviously just left Chelsea. I find that surprising with Chelsea, but from reports coming out of Stamford Bridge, it was down to the fact that he's not really in charge of transfer policy. So it's very, very interesting to see how who Chelsea appoint and how much control the next coach or manager at Chelsea actually has in recruitment, because I think that's a big part of the reason why Pochettino has parted ways with mutual consent. Last night, me and my younger brother went to the auditorium to watch darts playoff Luke Littler beating Humphrey. Yeah, Luke Littler, he's a very interesting character, and his sudden meteoric rise. He's well, I'm old enough to be his dad, for Christ's sake. I honestly, it's his rise has been so rapid and so quick. I think he's going to be a big force in professional darts for the next 2 to 3 decades at least. He's going to be a professional darts player as long as he wants to continue playing. Watching his rise is fantastic, absolutely fantastic. And I'm not a massive darts fan anymore, but when you have someone that talented, that young in any sport, they're going to dominate. He's like the Tiger Woods of darts. Tiger Woods in golf, for example, burst onto the scene as a teenager, and look how dominant he was in the sport for as long as he was. Admittedly, obviously, injuries and personal issues have impacted Tiger Woods' ability, obviously, to continue to be at the top level of golf. But I see parallels with other young sports stars who've gone on to have very, very dominant and successful careers. So, it's good to see new faces, breaking into pro sport. And people say darts isn't a sport. Well, it's professional. It's a profession, and you can make a lot of money out of it. And Luke Littler is doing things that other players his age I just weren't able to do. So 14,000. I mean, again, we are seeing, even with difficulties with cost of living crisis and other major sports struggling to fill arenas and struggling to fill stadiums, if marketed correctly and with decent pricing, you can fill arenas. And well, I don't particularly enjoy the direction darts has taken in certain aspects. The fact that they've just sold out the highest ever attendance in the UK for a darts competition tells you all you need to know. Talking about ticket pricing, I was actually looking at the London Broncos' upcoming home games, and it's only £20 for a home ticket, which I think is pretty reasonable. And their merchandise is not overly expensive either, so I might treat myself to the retro alternative away anniversary London Broncos away jersey for £45, which I think is really reasonable considering how much replica kits and authentic replica kits can go for. They can go into the hundreds, if not several hundreds of pounds. So I think that's a reasonable ticket price, but you've got to remember the audience that darts is aiming for, and it's they have a very specific demographic and target audience, and they are targeting the 18 to 45 kind of crowd, and the way they market it, whether we agree with a lot more darts being behind a paywall and the involvement of the Hearns in darts and how they've changed the structures and the governance but you have to admit they are selling out arenas and the atmospheres are fantastic, and it's starting to make big news. Luke Littler, for example, is starting to make it a bit more of the public consciousness in regards to the fact that most fans going to darts are old enough to be his dad. But he seems a very humble individual, very well-rounded individual with, very modest as well, which is very, very rare when you have someone of that talent, of that age, making a big name for themselves, winning ranking events. And he's not even old enough to drink or gamble. The irony of that with darts, with alcohol and gambling sponsorship being integral to the income, and the finances of the sport, he can't do either of those things for another couple of years. So, but again, you've got to look at the target audience, and 14,000 in an arena with £35 per ticket. I mean, let's see how much ticket sales alone would have made. Let's have a look at the So you got 14,000. So I'm going to do a quick bit of maths. Maths is not my strong point, hence why we have a calculator. Well, my phone. 14,000 times 35 is basically £500,000, £490,000 in ticket sales alone for the event. That's not including merchandise sales and alcohol and food sales. That is a lot of money. Now the PDC, also with the television rights and the sponsorship, that's a lot of money for a one-off for that event, and you then replicate that with other events as well of a similar price and maybe slightly lower attendance figures, but you can see how much money a single event can make. And then you just look at how much the players would have earned out of that with attendance fees and finishing fees as well. That's a fair chunk of change for some of these pros. And for Luke Littler, I mean, crikey, his tax rate is a lot less because of his age. So he's going to be keeping more of his money than some of his competitors. So I can see a very, very bright future ahead for him. And while I'm not a massive darts fan, he's going to get a lot of sponsorship deals out of this. He's going to get a lot of attention out of what he's doing, and companies will be, coming along to say, look, we want to sponsor you at some point. Now, obviously, the tobacco companies can't anymore, but the booze companies probably can't because of his age. The gambling firms probably can't because of his age. So other companies may want to come along and say, look, we will happily put our name to your brand and sponsor you. And then when he hits 18, I mean, the sky's the limit. And we can all debate around gambling sponsorship and in sport. We can all debate about the pros and cons of that. But, he's making a lot of money and he's making a lot of headlines at a young age. So he's definitely raised the profile of the sport because of his age. Mainstream news doing interviews with him. He's definitely I'm going to say he's the Tiger Woods of darts, like Tiger Woods was with golf. He's going to attract more younger viewers, I think, to darts because it's seen as a middle-aged man's pub game, basically. There's been a couple of other young, exciting players, but none as successful at his age. So he's definitely going to bring potentially a new audience to darts, which is something that some other sports are struggling with. Aging demographics for fan base, for example. He was the only person who didn't have BetMGM. Well, there's laws around that. I know it's a bit more complicated when it comes to team sports, because you can, in football, for example, you can debut at 16, 15 years old. Some debutants have been in the Football League. And then you look at rugby league and rugby union, you need special dispensation to debut under the age of 18. But again, you can debut younger than the age of 18 with special dispensation if you're talented enough. And some of these team sports have gambling sponsors and alcohol sponsors. So there is workarounds, but it'll be interesting to see who becomes his main sponsors. Obviously, the sport he's involved in is heavily reliant on alcohol and gambling companies for sponsorship. And of course, his age means he's not legally allowed to use those services and products. So, because they're age-restricted products, so it's going to be very, very interesting to see, what companies come along and say that we're willing to sponsor you and put our name to your brand, because it could help them as well. He's definitely bringing a new demographic of fan base to the sport. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see how it all plays out. So I wish him all the best. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets nominated as one of the sports personalities of the year at the end of the year. And he's definitely, the way he carries himself and goes about his business, he's very humble. He's not overly arrogant. I don't think he's allowed things to go to his head yet. He's got a very grounded family as well, hardworking family. I mean, his dad's a self-employed taxi driver, and he wants to help his dad with the taxi business. So he's got a good, mature head on very young shoulders. which sometimes with young, talented sports stars, you don't have that. So it's going to be interesting, the sponsorship decisions that he takes in a year or so's time when he turns 18. That's going to be very, very interesting when legally he's allowed to be sponsored by the alcohol and gambling firms as an individual athlete. It's going to be very, very interesting. It'll also be very interesting if he does any advertising campaigns for companies as well. He's a very marketable individual. And as I say, he's bringing in a new demographic potentially to the sport. The fact he's also winning, he's on in multiple titles at this point is stunning considering his age. Sky's the limit. The sky is the limit for him. He's definitely having a very meteoric rise in a very short space of time. Hopefully, it's not just a flash in the pan, and he can continue with this momentum for several years at least, and then establish himself as one of the a really solid senior pro. But as I say, he's bringing a new demographic to a very, very middle-aged kind of sport in regards to the players and fan base. He's definitely, because of his age, going to bring in some interesting, because there's going to be a lot more young people wanting to play the game because he's their age group, and it's going to inspire hopefully some more young kids to want to play and try and replicate what he's doing. So there is a lot of positives out of the sport that does have a lot of negatives associated with it, or stereotypes associated with it. He seems to be breaking the mold a little bit. And he's also got a good sense of humour. He interviews really well, very humble, and he comes across as very mature for his age, which is a rarity in the modern day, really. But it's refreshing, and I wouldn't be surprised if he does get nominated for Sports Personality of the Year, put on that shortlist, and he's up for other sporting awards as well outside of darts. I really think there's a possibility that he could. People at my work, a lot of my work colleagues watch the darts, and they've really been following him with great interest. So people are talking about him in workplaces, and friendship groups may, obviously the weather's reasonable this weekend. There may be a barbecue, and it might come up in the lads' conversation. Did you see Luke Littler the other night? That kind of thing. He's starting to create a conversation. Yes and no. I think obviously he's still got to fill his body out, and he may decide to improve his diet and his physique, but that's neither here nor there. I think more of it, is to do with maintaining the level he's already at, which is terrifying, and he's only 16, 17. Imagine what he will be like as he matures a little bit, and he's continuing to develop. So he's in the infancy of his career. Can you imagine how good he could be? It's not just longevity. He could have a short, sharp, glittering career and retire by the age of 30, and he's set for life. The scary thing is he could dominate the sport for 10, 20, 30 years. And then we could really be talking about the greatest of all time, potentially. But just imagine, this is the level he's playing at now, and he's still making errors in games. He's still a raw talent. That is the scary thing, is that he made a final as an amateur, lost, but he made a final as an amateur in his first major, and he's just kicked on. And as I say, people at my workplace are talking about him and what he's achieving and the progression he's made in such a short space of time. He's got to get himself the right people around him to advise him. I think that's something that he's got to do, because he's going to be inundated with companies wanting to sponsor him and endorsements. He's going to be obviously needing to manage his money quite well. We've seen it before, where young sports stars have burst onto a scene, earned a lot of money really quickly, been really good, and then it all fall apart because they haven't managed their careers very well or been advised in the correct way. Or to buy Leverkusen, yeah, they were disappointing. They just didn't get up to speed in the game. Atalanta were the ones who dictated the press, the intensity, the momentum, the tempo. And I did think that the first 20 minutes would be crucial, and it proved to be. It did prove to be very, very crucial. Atalanta got that early goal, and then they got the second goal not long after, and they dictated the tempo, the pace, and the direction of the game. I still think Leverkusen are still favourites to win the German Cup final tomorrow, and I still think they're gonna do an unbeaten domestic season, which hasn't been done before in Germany. Only Ajax are of a similar stature, where they only lost the one game in a season. Um, so there is that. But I think, as Ajax proved in '95, I think it was '95, how difficult it is, because they lost a cup game domestically in Holland. So they didn't do an unbeaten domestic season. They did an unbeaten European season and an unbeaten league season, but they didn't do an unbeaten domestic season because they didn't make the Dutch Cup final. I think Feyenoord beat them and then they didn't win. So, you know, that in itself tells you all you need to know how difficult it is and how rare it is. I don't think we see it on the side again for another 20, 30 years. It's a once in a generation attempt that Leverkusen have tried. It's a once in a generation attempt. And there's been some great sides who've been so dominant who haven't even come close. So we've won multiple trophies and been dominating leagues, don't even come close. For win percentage, I mean, you look at their win percentage this season, it's over 80%. Very few draws in there, and only 2 games without scoring. So, there is that. Atalanta, they finally obviously made history. First European final, and they win it. Second major trophy, first one in since 1963. So 61 years. They've obviously had those 3 Coppa Italia defeats. And I don't think they're long before they get their next trophy. Honestly, I think they're not far off their next trophy. I mean, you got the European Super Cup in August, so they have a very good opportunity, depending on, even doesn't matter if Real Madrid win or Dortmund win. I think they've got a very opportunity with the way they play to get the European Super Cup, which is classed as a major trophy. Yes, Lookman. That was a stunning performance. The scary thing is, I don't think he was Atalanta's best player of the night. He just finished off 3 opportunities. He had 100% shooting percentage, 3 shots, 3 goals. I think some other players contributed massively to the performance. I think it's very, very hard to pick a man of the match for Atalanta out of that because the whole team were just fantastic. I think. But obviously, he'll get all the accolades and he'll be remembered as Lookman's final. But it was a team effort. It started from the lineup and the tactics all the way. So the manager sets the tone, and then the players executed the game plan. But you've got to remember, this side only not that long ago made a Champions League semi-final. So even in my preview, I said they shouldn't be discounted. It's a lot closer than what paper suggests and form suggests. And Atalanta are still a top 4 side in Italy, for Christ's sake. I mean, they're not no hopers. They are a very, very decent side. And they have a great academy system. That they are called, the nursery of Italy. I mean, the amount of players who go on from Atalanta's youth system to not just Atalanta, but other clubs, not only in Italy, but across Europe, and do fantastic things is... The record speaks for itself. It's got one of the best youth systems in Europe. And they don't break the bank spending money. They really don't. They've got a great production line of talent. And they don't break the bank financially in order to sustain themselves. And when we say they're a smaller club, I don't think it's going to be long before Atalanta win more silver. I really don't. I think there's more in this team, more silverware in this team. They will win another Coppa Italia. They're not that far off. And the way they responded from losing to Juventus the weekend before and pull that out of the bag against an unbeaten Leverkusen side who dominated German football and the competition from the first games is it's fantastic. Yes, yes, Atalanta, Ladea. I mean, I've done the club history on the club. They're my favourite Italian club because they really are the true everyone's second favourite Italian team. They're everyone's second favourite team in Europe because of the way they're run, the way they conduct themselves, and as I say, the way they approach the game. They don't break the bank. They don't spend massive amounts of money in order to be a contending side and a consistent side in recent years. They never have. They've got a very strong community aspect to the club. Every newborn in the city of Bergamo, the club will donate, medicine, baby clothes, baby foods, and they get automatically signed up as a member of the club. The family, I think they sponsor a neonatal wing in one of the major hospitals in Bergamo. So they truly are a strong community-based club that has a lot of focus on the local area, and another reason why they have a very strong youth system and structures in place. Yes, the first club south of Rome to win the Scudetto was Napoli. And so, yeah, there's not most of the strong, but it's where the industrial area of Italy is. It's the best transportation links. Most of the population, most of the disposable income. It's sort of like over here with rugby league in the north of England and the birthplace of the Football League and the Football Alliance, for that matter, being in the north of England. And you can definitely see from the geography of the clubs that it's a well known fact that. North of Rome, especially in Lombardy and Piedmont and Liguria, for example, in Tuscany, is where the most successful Italian sides are from. You just look at the where the trophies end up, and the clubs playing in Europe from. Although Napoli buck the trend in that regard, and Cagliari obviously winning their Scudetto, and they're obviously the first team from Sardinia and the first team outside of mainland Italy to win it. But yeah, it's most of the well-known successful Italian clubs are from the north and central part of Italy. It's a fact, but it's a very similar story, for example, over here. With a lot of our professional sports teams from the north of England. So, my thoughts on Man City 4 in a row. Well, with those ongoing investigation into the 115 charges, you do have to put a little asterisk against what they're doing. I know the charges predate their current winning streak, but you have to raise an eyebrow and have a murmur about it. Probably the least popular winning team. There's no doubt that they have a stacked squad, but Guardiola inherited a stacked squad from Pellegrini with a very strong core, but they have also spent a lot of money. And while there's now a couple of players from their academy system filtering through, not enough filter through, really, in my opinion, into the first team. They're not enough academy products are making it through, which is a stark contrast to a lot of other clubs. But look, I mean, I think, yeah, there has to be a pinch of salt with that. It'll be interesting to see if Guardiola stays on past next season, because that's when his contract expires, is in 2025. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in regards to Pep and again with the 115 charges as well. The Premier League and the FA, for that matter, are under increasing pressure. We know UEFA found them guilty the first time round. It was overturned on appeal because of technicality. That technicality doesn't exist in regards to the Premier League's investigation. And more charges have been added. So, I mean, look, there is a lot of rumblings that will make it put a lot of pressure on the Premier League. As either way, football loses. Well, Well, it's happened with 3 in a row before, and the first team to do that were Huddersfield Town. So what did Arsenal do? Arsenal went, "Oh, well, this team keep winning all the time. We're going to nick their manager." So they did, in Herbert Chapman. And we have to go back nearly 100 years for that. But and when that happened, people were raising eyebrows back in the 20s, going, "This isn't right. This is ridiculous." Um, I think Arsenal are for real. I think Arsenal, can challenge them and potentially break that dominance next season. I think because they gave Arteta time. They gave Arteta time. There were some times where they were looking like they could sack him, and they decided not to. He's obviously laid out his idea for the club, and so I think Arsenal shouldn't be discounted. And we've got to see what Arne Slot does at Liverpool. As the new guy in there, and whether he can entice some of their key players to stay, and whether other players want to join him at Liverpool. We'll have to see what Newcastle dish up, because they can't be discounted, not with the financial backing they have. We don't know what's going to happen at Chelsea and Man United either. Spurs, God knows what's happening with them, but I can't see Postecoglou sticking around at Spurs very long. He's already basically. I would you say that, but I wouldn't say Liverpool are far off. Obviously, didn't work out this season because of injuries to players, but I don't think Liverpool are too far off. I really don't. And again, I mean, there are some clubs that I think underperformed this season. And the way Spurs, when Postecoglou basically called out Spurs fans for wanting Arsenal, Man City to win the league, so Arsenal didn't, rather than trying to focus on making the Champions League, tells you all you need to know about what's wrong with that club from top to bottom. And he called it out. He basically called it out, much like Conte, much like Mourinho. They didn't last very long when they started, calling out the club hierarchy, and they're gone. They didn't last particularly long after that. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. Honestly, I don't think Postecoglou is going to stick around there very long. I don't think he's a bad manager. I think he's very refreshing to listen to, how he breaks down the game, his viewpoints on the game. And he's adapted to life in the UK because obviously he coached Celtic as well. And he wasn't rated when he came over. And I think he's got into a club that's got a lot of problems. They built a nice new shiny stadium, but they're more interested in making money rather than in winning. They've gone so long without a trophy now. That's become the running joke. They sack managers on the eve of finals. They seem to fade in the second half of seasons, and I think I just don't know how they call themselves part of the Big Six, yet can't win anything and can't compete for silverware. They had that fleeting period under Pochettino, and it didn't materialise. They came close. So I just find that they had an opportunity to get Champions League football, and Aston Villa took their opportunity. Spurs didn't. Aston Villa admittedly got battered in a European semi-final, but they still decided to take their opportunity. Had a bit of a wobble in the second half of the season, lost a bit of form, but they were contending for 2/3 of the season with Villa, and then they sort of just ran out of steam a little bit. But they took their opportunity and to gain Champions League football. Considering that, they won the European Cup many moons ago, but they took their opportunity. Spurs decided not to, and I think Postecoglou was right to call out the fan base and the club to say, look, where's the ambition here? You hired me to, win and turn this club around. And clearly from the ownership in Joe Lewis, who's a crook, by the way, who, in my opinion, is not fit to run a football club because he's just been done for insider trading. So financial crime just tells you all you need to know about the state of football governance and ownership, down to Daniel Levy, the chairman, to the fan base. Culture starts at the top, and I can't see now that he's openly criticised. Oh my god, my mustache is annoying to say this. Now that he's openly basically criticised the running of the club and the fan base's lack of ambition and poor form. I mean, that is I even though I'm not a fan of Burnley because of the rivalry. I wouldn't want my team to lose so they don't finish above. It's just you want to finish as high as possible in the league, and you want to contend for silverware or potentially European football. You want to try and be as successful as possible. And from what I can tell, no, the new format doesn't work, and I'll tell you why. It works for sports like basketball and ice hockey. It does not work for sports like football. It just doesn't. It just means more games, and it's now having a negative impact on domestic competitions, not just here but across Europe. It's going to have a negative impact. I'm really, it's just no. It's a no from me. If you look at who has qualified for, again, it just shows you all you really need to know about the state of European club football because of the UEFA coefficient. But if Olympiacos, however, win a European final, that does change the UEFA coefficient a little bit because the Greek clubs won a European final. Because it's basically the same group of clubs going to stay at the top. You're not going to get an Atalanta-style story where that true underdog will make the final. You won't get a Malmo kind of story when they lost a final against Nottingham Forest, for example. You're not going to get Panathinaikos, I think, made one of the European finals. You're not going to get those Steaua Bucharests, for example. You're just not going to get it. You're not going to get those clubs from the so-called lesser leagues going far in tournaments anymore. No, and it's adding more games when we've already got managers complaining about fixture congestion. It's impacting. No, it just means more dead rubbers. It just means an even more bloated tournament, which again is behind a paywall, for example. So you've already seen that disconnect with younger fans. Annoyingly, I had to download Discovery Plus so I can watch the 3 European finals this season because TNT, the rebranded BT Sport, decided not to put it on YouTube because they want to try and increase their subscriber base. And they do make it as hard as possible to get that Yes, that was something that's been regularly criticised for a long time. Is that the third place teams in groups drop down to the Europa League, and then you get rewarded for failure. I don't like that. But again, all the European competitions are broken. There's too many dead rubbers as it is. And I'm not a fan of the new format at all. It's European Super League light. It's been tweaked that way to keep 12 rather bankrupt, indebted, toxic clubs happy. And we all know who they are. It was only 3 years ago that 12 clubs decided to think they were bigger than the game. And 2 of those clubs still are clinging on to that because guess what? They have ridiculous debts, and one of them made a European final, and the other sacked their manager today. So, the format was fine until 1997, and then they devalued the Cup Winners' Cup, which was a fantastic competition. Fantastic. They fiddled with the UEFA Cup, rebranded it the Europa League, and then they brought in the Europa Conference League because they got rid of the Cup Winners' Cup, and it just took them 25 years to realise 20 or so realise they really balls that up. As I say, not not overly happy with the fact that UEFA are pandering to 12 clubs just to keep them on side. And you see across Europe, and it's not just certain clubs. I can talk about Legia Warsaw, and I'm going to do a video of their club history at some point. Their fans regularly protest against UEFA, and some of their protests are quite funny in the stadium as well. I don't think. I think if it was a reformatted or a Phoenix version of the Cup Winners' Cup, and they brought a Cup Winners' Cup back in the then I think people would have an interest. I think that was one of the biggest blunders and biggest mistakes, was getting rid of the Cup Winners' Cup, and basically back in the 90s pandering to, guess what, a similar number of clubs. There was a threat of a European Super League back in the 90s, and so they tweaked the Champions League, devalued the Cup Winners' Cup, and then merged that with the UEFA Cup, which ultimately led to the restructuring and rebranding of the UEFA Cup to the Europa League, which ultimately led to the Conference League being set up because they're trying to fix a mistake they made in 97 when they decided we're going to get rid of a fantastic tournament, which gave many a fantastic night, many an entertaining night, and many a great champion. And they completely and utterly ballsed it up because they were pandering to a handful of clubs who we all know who they are, because they haven't changed, apart from a few more have been added to that selection. It's primarily Premier League and La Liga led, and it's the same clubs that keep coming up. And then, so UEFA have basically been pandering to a handful of clubs for a long time, trying to keep them on side because the clubs think they're bigger than the game. I remember the Cup Winners' Cup in the late 90s didn't runners-up qualify if other teams were in the European Cup. I think, yes, they had to tweak it because there was a problem where, but it was not less of a problem when it was straight knockouts. When they started bringing in group stages to the Champions League, that's when they had to change the format, and that's when they went, we're going to have to fiddle it because now we've expanded the UEFA Cup, we've expanded. Chelsea won it. Manchester United won it. Arsenal won it. And the last team to win it were Lazio. And Lazio did a League Cup double that year. They just got it wrong. They got it wrong. And now, because the Champions League, you don't actually have to be the champions of your respective league to get in it. Again, that devalues what the Champions League's going to stand for, which was the European Cup. We can still discuss David Seaman and some of his mistakes that he's made over his career. Yes, Chelsea did. I've done the history video on Chelsea. I think 2 years ago, and a third of the trophies that Chelsea have won were pre-Abramovich. So they had success before Abramovich basically turned the club into his personal plaything. But Chelsea had some success before Abramovich. I mean, we're talking the Vialli and Zola era, and Frank Leboeuf and Petit and Didier Deschamps. They were all I remember Chelsea were the first English club to have all 11 starting players plus the bench not English players in the Premier League. I think it was in 95 or 96. The entire Chelsea squad on the match day were not English players. I think the game was against Bolton. I think Bolton had one English player on the bench. So there was no English players actually played that day. And that's when people were like, something's wrong with the Premier League here. It hasn't worked. And the narrative is that all the success with Chelsea came in the Abramovich era. That's not the case, because obviously you've got Osgood and they won the old Division 1 title way back when. They won League Cups and FA Cups and the Cup Winners' Cup, and then they win their first Premier League when Abramovich comes along. But they were there's some decent success. I think that's the first match where no English players were involved in the matchday squads. But I remember Chelsea Bolton. I think only one or two English players were in the matchday squads. I think they were both Bolton players. I know Chelsea were the first side to field a starting 11 with no English players. And I think Bolton were the second. And that was in the 90s. This is before Jussi Jaskalainen was playing for Bolton, so that's how far back I'm going. And that's when That was the pre-Abramovich Chelsea. That was before John Terry had made his debut for Chelsea with, so we're talking about the time they won the Cup Winners' Cup with Vialli and Zola. It was either when Ruud Gullit or Vialli were managing Chelsea. I remember that much. No, I think the UEFA Cup has always had a place. I don't like the rebranding of Europa League. The UEFA have got. I don't know who's doing their corporate and their branding, but they've made some blunders and they're trying to unscrew the screw ups, and they're doubling down with making more poor decisions. And they are trying to pander to these 12 clubs. And there is a Spanish and English element to this. And when you look at the debts these clubs have, they have debt. Yeah. I mean, Man City, if they didn't have the backing of Dubai and the UAE, they would be fucked. Literally. And the reaction of fans tells you all you need to know. And then when the format change was announced, fans were like, well, this is basically what we protested against a few months earlier. So UEFA aren't helping their own case at all. And a lot of fans can see right through it. And a lot of fans aren't happy with more and more games going behind paywalls. And the sheer cost of things. Conference League does not allow small clubs winning. Fiorentina back-to-back final. Yeah, but Olympiacos are in there. So, and Bodo Glimt did quite well last season from Norway, but it's not working as intended. No, it's not working as intended. So, there's definitely it's. Yeah, I mean, you look at the European competitions, I think they are broken because the Champions League, you don't have to be champions of your own domestic league to qualify and potentially go on and win the thing. If you win the Europa League the season before, you qualify and you may finish outside of the qualification places for the Champions League, for example. So now that Atalanta have won it, they were qualifying for Europe anyway, but they automatically go into the Champions League. I think Leverkusen, they've already won the German leagues. That then impacts the qualification from Germany for the two other competitions, because the loser, I think, of the Europa League final will qualify for the Conference League, but Leverkusen have already qualified for Europe, so that then completely buggers up the qualification process for them from Germany. If Olympiacos win the Conference League, they qualify for Europa, but they're not winning the Greek league. That's PAOK from, or is it AEK? Or PAOK. One of the other Greek clubs has won. So yeah, would I have Europa League say second? No, not really. Champions of your country should go through to Champions League. Second place should go to Europa League, and what we're calling the Conference League should be the Cup Winners' Cup, and that should be your Cup winners. So you could have one or two teams who win your domestic cup competitions qualify for that. But because the Cup Winners' Cup was disbanded and merged with the old UEFA Cup, which is now the Europa League, several leagues across Europe have got rid of their league cups. So it's devalued. It's too easy to qualify for Europe. So it's weakened and devalued domestic leagues and cup competitions because it's just too easy. You are rewarded for being mediocre. For being average, you are rewarded, basically, which is just no way. But again, these are some of the decisions that have been taken by the big wigs at UEFA, and the domestic FAs have voted for this. The clubs have voted for this. You know, the European clubs, UEFA, the domestic FAs have all, across all the leagues, have voted for this. So let's not kid ourselves. Let's not, because these changes have been voted through by a majority of clubs, FAs. I mean, but so it's not the players who've agreed to this. It's not the domestic, the PFA, for example, having a say. No, no, no. This is the club owners, so the chairman. This is the domestic FAs, and it's UEFA. They've all agreed to this. They've all agreed to this. So let's not pretend that things are going well. They're not. The Super League, well, Barcelona are proving that they are a toxic club because they've just sacked Xavi. And Real Madrid, everyone loves to hate them, partly because they're a toxic club as well. I mean, they were helping their players avoid taxes, so you can't make this up. It doesn't help that Barcelona are also involved in a match-fixing corruption allegations against, paying, bribing referees. I don't know how far that's going to go with an investigation, and now, FIFA have opened the door for domestic league games and domestic cup games to be played overseas. And La Liga is going to be trying again lead the way because they need money. They bankrupted themselves. They've overpaid on players. They can't even fulfill contracts and transfer fees. And FIFA, again, not governing in the right way. And La Liga have hinted that they're going to take games overseas. And we'll just see. I think the majority of Spanish fans are like, we don't want this. But, of course, whatever Barcelona and Real Madrid want, they get. So there's got to come a point where you go, no, you're not bigger than the sport. You're hurting rather than helping. If Olympiacos win, they do deserve the rope, absolutely. And people don't realise how successful Olympiacos have been. You look at the amount of silverware they've won; it is ridiculous. And I've been looking at some other Greek clubs who've had you look at their trophy cabinet going, you won the league and cup titles. Okay, you've got a bit of success. Then you look at Olympiacos, how far ahead they are of Panathinaikos. It's ridiculous. If that happens, the Premier League has said they're not considering it, even though this was the same league that considered taking a loop fixture to America at one point, a 39th game. And if they try that, oh Christ, the backlash. I mean, we saw the backlash against Super League, and we've seen the pure anger directed at the FA and the clubs over scrapping of FA Cup replays and how they've gone about doing that. There's going to come a point where we are going to see empty stadiums. We are going to see fan boycotts because I think the momentum has started. And it's a matter of time before, mass protests. It looks really bad if you have empty seats for live TV. It looks really bad. And the fans know this. It's hard. It just is a really bad look when you've got mass protests saying enough's enough. I think no, I don't think restructuring it necessarily is. I don't think how I mean. Yes, Spurs and Newcastle playing a pointless friendly over in Australia 3 days after the season ended, when we've still got the FA Cup final to be played. But another reason why they managed to get this in is because they're not in Europe. If let's say Newcastle and Spurs, for example, had made some of these European finals, they wouldn't be doing it. That's been roundly criticised. At the same season where FA Cup replay is not going to happen next year. Too many games yet. They're doing. I mean, I know a lot of them will be squad players from the reserves and youth teams who may not have had a lot of game time. I understand that. But at the same time, when we're talking about, when this is a league that's saying we're trying to promote their green credentials and all this BS, to do that is just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Premier League clubs in from the first round? Then that's a bit of a problem with the amount of teams that will be playing on a match day weekend. That would definitely be interesting in order how you would structure that competition with the Premier League clubs coming in at the first round. They were, the top two divisions coming at the third round because of the amount of teams entering the competition. That would be you would have to start the FA Cup earlier in order to get those games played. And then the Premier League clubs are playing 2 extra games minimum. Well, they will be playing 2 extra games, won't they? And we've already heard fixture congestion, can't be having it. So that idea has been muted. But then you've got 92 clubs from the Football League and Premier League playing at the same time, plus all those non-league clubs that have qualified. So if it's League One and League Two, how many clubs are in League One and League Two? I've just got to do some crappy mathematics because I'm not very good. I think, is it 24 clubs in League One and League Two? Is it? I think it is. That's 48. Plus the Championship makes 72. Plus Premier League. That's a lot of games. And then you've got to think of, so you've got 48 League One and League Two clubs, plus all the non-league clubs that have got to that stage, which I think would be another 48 to balance it out. That's mad. That is mad. The reason why we have 24, because we decided to shrink the Premier League by 2 clubs and completely faff around with restructuring the league after 1992 to 1996. We sort of, guess what? A handful of clubs basically said, we want a Super League. So they got it. It's called the Premier League. It hasn't been good for football, for being brutally honest. And it's pricing out. It's just, we have too many professional clubs, basically. We have more professional clubs than I think. We've got the most depth when it comes to professional levels of the game. Most of the National League are professional, and even National Leagues North and South are professional now. We have more professional clubs than I think we can actually sustain, ironically. And because of that, other professional sports do suffer as a result, because it's just... We've got the league system with the most depth, but actually we're not producing enough players to fill every single matchday squad with purely English and Welsh players. So, yeah, we are now buying too many overseas players to fill the talent gap. We haven't got enough talented players to fill all 92 Football League and Premier League clubs, plus non-league clubs that are professional. Plus, then you've got all the semi-pro and amateur. The league pyramid is so deep. But then if you were to restructure it and reduce the size, you would have to then restructure the National League and bring in a 5th football league, basically a 5th tier that is Football League, Premier League structure. And that would be interesting, because then you would have to restructure the National North and South, and it then becomes a mess after that. Now, there has been a discussion about omitting the National League and the National League North and South into the Football League structure, and restructuring that. But at that point, we're now starting to get really ridiculous at this point, like really, really ridiculous. And I mean, how far do you want the professional pyramid to go down? Because it's just going to get basically a bit mental. But yeah, the reason why we can sustain the 92, as they're known, plus the non-league in the way it is, it's because it is the national sport. I mean, even every village has a football club, pretty much, and at least one playing field. At least it did. Not every village has a rugby club. Most villages have a cricket club, but not all. But because of cricket and football being so linked, but cricket's the summer sport, football's the winter sport, the cricket clubs wanted, or the football clubs wanted to keep their players fit in the opposite season. So hence why it's called season. See, football season, cricket season. How many clubs can we sustain? As a fan of a non-league club, I don't like removing replays in the FA Cup. Right. Okay. So we've got a new viewer in the comments section. We haven't seen Jack before. I mean, look, I've got a couple of non-league clubs in my local area. My one of my local clubs, Bracknell has made televised games in the first round in consecutive seasons now. You've got Maidenhead United up the road as well. We've got who are in the National League, a couple of divisions above Bracknell Town. And Maidenhead United are full time. Bracknell Town, most of their players are now full time. So it's a difficult one. I mean, it really is. I mean, how far down can we go? I mean, you look at the amount of clubs, even in the top level, higher levels of football that are struggling financially. I don't think it's long before Everton go into administration. I cannot see them, sustain themselves much longer because the takeover from these American investors is on the rocks, and the owners run out of cash. Stadium builds getting expensive. I also worry about the sustainability with the model we currently have in ownership. But you look at the football pyramid. I mean, how many levels do we have now? We have a ridiculous number of clubs for a population size that we have in this country. We're what, 68, 70 million in the UK. The majority of that is in England. You look at how many clubs we have for the population. We have a ridiculous. We have a ridiculous amount of clubs in comparison to other nations who have bigger population. We've got more football clubs than Germany, and Germany's got an extra 20 million on us. And yes, I am including a good 12, 15 million more people than us in Germany. And I am including Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland in that. And Northern Ireland's got its own professional league structure. Scotland's got its own professional league structure. I haven't even got to the Republic of Ireland yet. And they've got a fair few professional clubs. Admittedly, after the second tier, it gets a bit patchy. But you look at the British Isles, and including the Republic of Ireland in that, we're looking at around 75, 76 million people across the 4 home nations plus the Republic. We have more clubs in the UK and Ireland for the population side than anywhere else in the world. It's ridiculous. I wouldn't think every club would go into administration because the lower leagues don't get a lot of money from the TV revenue anyway. But I do think there's going to come a point where we have to look at how we're selling the game to the wider audience, and how much we're charging fans for admission, and how much we're charging for replica kits, how much we're charging for TV rights. There has to become a point where we go, is this sustainable as it currently is, let alone if things change? Worthing don't want to become a full-time club, but they're not in a position to pay those kind of wages at the moment. If Worthing, for example, to go up the football pyramid, then yes, they'll have greater income streams, could afford to charge more at the gate. And to attract better players, you're going to have to give them better wages in order to, compete, and also to keep your better talent, you're going to have to pay them. What about 5 divisions of 20 teams, 100 EFL clubs, automatic entry into the first round with 28 places for non-league qualifying? Again, you're going to have to restructure what is the National League North and South and National League, and whether they're going to be willing to lose clubs to a restructured 5th division, and whether other teams in the Championship, League 1 and League 2, are going to be willing to drop down a division in order to allow this restructuring to take place. Because if they drop down a division, that means they have less revenue from both the TV, gate receipts, and they're going to have to lose players who don't want to play in a lower level. So there's going to be some ramifications that are negative in the short to medium term, which will impact clubs. £275 for a season. Or was that a season ticket? That's the whole year. I wouldn't say a semi-pro club charging that much is criminal. Actually, I think that's not unreasonable. I look at some of the season ticket prices for the Premier League and Championship, and they're unreasonable. Yeah, Torquay though. Torquay have had some financial issues, and they've obviously wanted to try and make as much money as possible. They obviously entered administration, and Torquay not that long ago were a football league club, so you can see why an ex-football league club that's hit some hard times is going to charge a little bit more than those clubs that have never been in the football league. I think this. I think Yeovil were, you know, they've turned things around quite quickly. But again, another former football league club that's now got back to the National League, and hopefully they make it back to the football league sooner rather than later. But £48 for Leeds away again for Ipswich. Again, I mean, I was looking, as I say, I was looking at the London Broncos, and I know it's a different sport. £20 for a home ticket. So, and that's the top level of rugby league. So, and rugby league's got its financial difficulties. So, you can see why I think football in this country is massively overcharging its fans. And again, we've got to look at the wages. We've got to look at the TV deal that's in place was meant to guarantee financial stability and make sure every club was healthy. Clearly, that's not working. The wages are overinflated. The transfers are overinflated. And clubs up and down. I think even Premier League and Championship clubs are actually struggling more than they let on financially. I don't think you have to ask the questions: where's all this money gone? From the TV, the sponsorship. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong. Yeovil only charged £16. Well, I suppose Yeovil have got a bigger fan base and a bigger stadium, so and they always seem to attract good crowds at Yeovil. So £16 at Yeovil will be the equivalent of £22 at Torquay. When you think about gate receipts, they've got a bigger stadium than Torquay, and I think a bigger fan base than Torquay actually. My cousin's a Yeovil fan, so I know a fair bit about Yeovil and their fan base. 275, but you still got to pay for cups and friendly. Okay, so the cup games and the friendlies aren't necessarily okay. So, yeah, I still think that's a decent price. Not excessive. I wouldn't say it's excessive. But you've got to think of the size of the club, where they're at. And if Worthing were to want to progress and make the Football League, I think they would have to turn fully professional and they would have to look at their pricing structure a little bit. But I don't think that I wouldn't. I don't know how to. I don't think that's too bad. Compared to the Bundesliga in their season, yeah. I mean, look, but the Bundesliga has the 50+1 rule, apart from I think 3 or 4 clubs, like RB Leipzig, for example, and there's an Arminia Bielefeld. Don't really have that 50+1 rule, but there's a lot more fan involvement in the running of their clubs. The fans have a lot more say. So the ownership structure is a lot different in Germany. And the German clubs don't overspend on transfers. How many times do you hear a German club breaking European transfer records for a player? You don't. The German clubs seem to be. I've got to do some more club histories on German clubs because they interest me. They really do. Wow. Oh, wow. That is really. But this is where these non-league clubs, be it semi-pro or professional ones in the National League in North and South, National League North and South, they have to weigh it up. Are they going to make a push for the Football League, like Solihull Moors have tried in recent seasons? Of course, what we've seen with Bromley. Or are they content to remain non-league clubs in the short to medium term and therefore make their prices really reasonable? And you know, try and make their money by selling one or two of their good players who really shine in a cup competition or that a league club scouts to make some revenue to then consider taking that next step. Because You would get a lot more fans through the gates if prices were cheaper and reasonable. Yes, you would, but at the same time, the player wages aren't. So it's a toss up. Do you want to pack your stadium out, but not be able to afford better players or afford to keep your players? Or do you want to get the best talent to then compete at a higher level? It's a big time. There's a lot of decisions that a club, and as a club owner, do you want to make as much money as possible so you actually make a profit, or continue to make losses and therefore points deductions because they're changing the rules now. Premiership, Championship, yeah, I've already seen like Oxford City, for example, and there's a couple other clubs just north of London that have really raised eyebrows about the restructuring of National League North and South. I've seen it, and I mean, Oxford's not that far from me, really. It's what 45 minutes on the train from here to Oxford, from where I live, just east of Reading. That is ridiculous that they'll be playing teams from like South Shields, which is basically Newcastle, at that level. That is ridiculous. I think the National League have got that wrong, massively. But then you've got to work out, okay, how many clubs do we have in the south of England then, and in London, that have led to this decision being taken, where the National League North and the regional leagues in the Midlands and the North, how many teams up north have gone bust because they just don't have the money? The fans don't have the disposable income. I think you can get Crawley games. I've read somewhere that League One and League Two financial fair play rules are different. Basically, you can buy your way out of League One. Yeah, but then you've got to sustain yourself in the Championship, and that's where Yeovil, for example, fantastically fell apart financially and then collapsed down the leagues very, very quickly and ended up falling down to National League South. So, and this is where some clubs just yo-yo, where they go for broke in League Two and League One because they can spend what the hell they want, and then they get the Championship and realise, oh God, we've overspent, we've overextended ourselves, and then they yo-yo. Yeah, I do think that the footballing pyramid is broken, not because of how the leagues are structured, apart from obviously in the non-league where they've got their divisional, regional alignments all over the place, and some clubs are really pissed off, and rightly so. But the financial model is broken, completely broken. No, I don't think they will. I think they will. I think they actually have a proper plan there. Even though they are Hollywood actors, I do think Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney have a proper plan in place. I think they've done their homework on sustainability. They are investing in the community and the stadium. So, do I think there's going to be a restructure of the game in England? It needs it. Rebranding the lot. And the way it's going, with a handful of clubs within the Premier League, and the way the Premier League are just cherry picking you to punish, they're burning some bridges. And I think there's a great division within the game, and I think a lot of fans have had enough. Plain and simple. I think we do need a massive reset. I do think we need a massive reset. But I've got to a point now where I look at it and I keep an eye on how Blackburn are doing, but I'm not overly religiously as fanatical as I was. I've completely tuned out. I'm tuning out. I mean, yeah, you look at how many videos I've done on the channel in regards to football. Managers getting sacked. I don't do videos on it anymore. This manager's got sacked. This manager, I just don't. It's got to a point where, not just in England, but across Europe, It's just you're hired to be fired. It's a good way to look at it. There's no managerial stability anymore. Only very few clubs give you stability and give managers time to implement and become successful. So Liverpool, Man City, and to a certain extent Arsenal, actually, are outliers to the rule now. I think Newcastle will give Eddie Howe a bit more time because they want to stay financially fair play compliant, and constantly sacking managers means you're paying a lot of comp, a lot of money out. So they want to stay within the financial rules. So I think Newcastle have been a lot smarter than you think. You know that if you go lower than South, there's like different leagues for West Country teams. Yeah, then it gets really, really ridiculous when you get to the real regional leagues. It's the same in rugby union as well, with the regional competitions as well. Because I've got a few work colleagues who play amateur rugby union. Hoping Kieran McKenna doesn't leave Ipswich for Chelsea United. He would be mad to do that at this stage in his managerial career. I think he will test himself in the Premier League with Ipswich. But then again, Ipswich may offer him a new contract with a buyout clause. I think Ipswich might do quite well next season, actually. But yes, there's already been reports that United talking to Pochettino, McKenna, who else? There was someone else that they were circling around. Basically, several managers have had informal discussions, apparently, according to sources. And with Manchester United, there's no smoke without fire. I think Ten Hag, regardless of what happens tomorrow, is gone. I think he's gone. But no one at Man United has publicly said anything, saying we support the manager. There's nothing. But Jim Ratcliffe has bought his stake. They're in charge of football ops, and I think he wasn't a Jim Ratcliffe hire. He was a Glazer hire, and the Glazers are slowly relinquishing their control of the club to Jim Ratcliffe over the next 18 months. I think McKenna would be mad to leave Ipswich for United, and he's going to have the same problems at Man United that Ten Hag, Solskjaer, Mourinho, Van Gaal, they all had. I wouldn't say he's another Potter. I think, give him a season in the Premier League to see what he's really capable of. Give him a season in the Premier League. Let's see what he is going to happen there. Are they going to sort of? Well, so Jim Ratcliffe hasn't ruled out moving. Chelsea, and I mean, look, Chelsea, from what I can gather, why Pochettino left, because I work with some Chelsea fans. He wasn't given control over transfers in the way he wanted, which sounds like a Chelsea syndrome, which explains why Chelsea have got such a scattergun transfer policy. I think it's the same at Manchester United. I don't think they not necessarily. Ipswich have a great history, and I've done the club history on Ipswich. But they need to establish themselves. He needs to have a crack with Ipswich in the Premier League. Well, Old Trafford is in a poor state of repair, and there's obviously, discussions in rugby league circles about the Super League grand final moving away at some point to another stadium. Magic weekend, I'm not a United fan, so I can't comment on their fan base. I did work with. They've got a big fan base, and I can't comment on what fans feel about the situation. But the situation at the stadium is, you saw the rain in the Arsenal game. Yeah, that was a heavy amount of rain, a biblical thunderstorm. So we have to bear that in mind. That was heavier than expected rain. But the stadium is not in good shape. It's not in good shape. I remember obviously watching the Rugby League World Cup, and you could definitely see it's not in the best of shape. Personally, there hasn't been the maintenance, let alone the investment. There hasn't been the maintenance in the stadium. It's a fantastic stadium, don't get me wrong, but it needs a lot of refurb. But it's iconic. If Man United move away from Old Trafford, I think you lose a massive part of the culture and the soul of that club. But because the Glazer ownership haven't truly invested in the stadium maintenance for a long time, it's leading to problems that are going to be more expensive to fix the longer they leave them. And now that Sir Jim Ratcliffe has come along, I think fans are going to pressurise him to upgrade and repair the stadium. Gasparini talking to Napoli. It would be. I think Atalanta are going to fight tooth and nail to keep him because they're playing Champions League next season again, and they seem to regularly qualify for Europe now with his guidance. And I think I think the club want to win more trophies, and he's their best bet in order to do that. Because they don't spend big on players, and their culture is getting players to fit the club rather than superstars. And he's the reason why the club are where they are in Italian football. And I think the fans want to win more trophies. And I think Gasparini is the best way to do that. And when they win a few more trophies, suddenly then bigger names in management want to come along and take the club to the next level. But again, this is where I don't go into that speculation side of things in regards to sports stories. There's a lot of speculation about a lot of things in a lot of sports. And but there is no smoke without fire. I mean, but there is no speculation without fire in any way, shape, or form. So I understand why certain managers are linked with certain jobs, but at the same time, you got Brighton looking for a new manager. You got Manchester United basically openly destabilizing their manager before the biggest cup final of cup finals against their biggest rivals in the city, in Man City. Chelsea looking for a new manager. West Ham, the Lopetegui appointment, they just really, I think that was the way they dealt with David Moyes. Yeah, I know that the team weren't playing well by the end, but the way that David Moyes was handled at West Ham the last couple of weeks, I think, was poor. Really poor. Yeah, I don't like the promotion relegation system in Scotland. I'm not a fan of it. I know a lot of Scottish fans aren't overly fans of it either. Some are, some aren't, but I don't like their promotion relegation system in Scotland. But Bayern Munich going after Vincent Company, it's considering Vincent Company didn't have didn't set the world on fire with Anderlecht, but yeah, but yeah, they've had Bayern Munich Tuchel. He burnt his bridges quite quickly there. I can't. I mean, Vincent Company, he hasn't really set the world on fire with Burnley now, has he? Is he a good fit for Bayern, considering he's just been relegated in the Premier League? And in his, is it third or fourth season of managing, hasn't really set the world on fire, let's be honest. Yeah, Van Gaal did win the FA Cup, got sacked. Yep. Like I said, you can't, I mean, you cannot make this up with Manchester United. They're not giving managers time to fix the problems at all. Yeah, they were dominating the Championship because they had a Premier League squad that inherited from Sean Dyche. They had a Premier League squad they inherited from Sean Dyche, basically. But unfortunately, this season they've just been really, really poor. They've shown no fight. Luton, who finished third in the Championship, who got up via the playoffs, showed more fight than Burnley, Sheffield United, who were far ahead of them in the league. Luton had more fight and grit and determination about them and more commitment about them than the two clubs who were miles ahead of them in the Championship the season prior. So this is why I think Ipswich might do quite well. And we'll have to see who comes out top on Leeds and Southampton, but Ipswich are the surprise package for me. I do believe that I think they had second or third worst, but they had the worst defensive record of all time in the top flight. They beat Swindon Town's 100 goals against. They smashed that. Yeah, I think Sheffield United have now had the worst defensive record in the top flight, which makes Swindon Town and Stoke City look like superstars. Swindon Town under Glenn Hoddle had the worst defensive goals against ever in the top flight. They conceded 100 goals when they were a Premier League club. Stoke City had the worst Division 1 season in the old Division 1 days ever. And Sheffield United have made those teams look world class. No, because Sheffield United went up in 2005, 2000, played in the Premier League in 2005, 2006 as well, and they got relegated on the last day of the season. And of course, the West Ham controversy with Carlos Tevez and Javier Mascherano. Yeah. But I remember when Sheffield United and Sheffield Wednesday were both Premier League clubs in the same season. Yes, I am that old. Because I've actually seen Sheffield Wednesday play in the Premier League at Anfield. And they won 1-0. Well, no, Luton just had more fight about them. It doesn't matter what style you play. They just had more fight about them, and gave it a crack. And they played to their strengths. They just played for each other. And some of those players have definitely earned themselves transfers to bigger clubs. Bayern has been linked with pretty much every manager you can think of. Yeah. I think you'll find it might be 98 or 99 for Sheffield Wednesday, not 2000. That would be Coventry City, I think you're thinking of there. Bayern, though, Thomas Tuchel was not a good appointment. It didn't go very well. But much like Pochettino with Chelsea, parted by mutual consent. So it makes me wonder what's gone on there. But he likes to burn bridges. He does like to burn bridges when he's managing a club. He does. Yes, I've got to do a video on. I'm talking about some of these clubs like Oldham. I've got to do a video on Oldham. They're the first Premier League club to also end up going from the Premier League to non-league. And very interesting story with Oldham. Very interesting story. They once were famous for having the stadium at the highest altitude in the Football League. So there's that. Yes, when we talk about, obviously, ex-Premier League clubs, I've got to look at... Oh, yeah, Derby will always. Their 11 points will... No team wants that record. But they had a better defensive record than Sheffield United. That's what's terrifying. They had a better defensive record than Sheffield United did this season. So while they broke many records for being terrible for scoring goals and going forward, defensively, then they were nowhere near as bad as Sheffield United. Nowhere near as bad. And that was an absolutely shockingly bad season. Shockingly bad season. But yeah. Yes, I remember that season quite vividly. That was a terrible season from Derby. Absolutely shocking. And the club, I don't think, is fully recovered from it. The club is not fully recovered from that diabolical season. Derby were undefeated against just one team, Newcastle. That is true. Yes. Yeah, they drew and beat them, didn't they? They had 11 points, but I think they were the only team they beat were Newcastle. They didn't lose to Newcastle that season, which was something. The old Division 1, yes, they were in the top flight when they were FA Cup winners in 1988. I think they finished 12th that season. They won the FA Cup. Was the crazy game. They just went on a cup run and beat the Culture Club in Liverpool. That was the year before I was born. That was a year and a half before I was born. Wimbledon were FA Cup winners. Nottingham Forest finished with less points than Birmingham, finished second bottom. Make that make sense in their respective leagues. Yeah, Nottingham Forest. If Nottingham Forest were in the Championship, they would have been relegated. That's fair. If Nottingham Forest were a Championship club with their record, they would have been relegated. Yes. So yeah, no, there's been some interesting story. Again, I've done, as I say, the football league clubs. I've got to look at some non-league clubs, and I'm going to look at some more clubs across Europe in the European leagues because the Norwegian league, for example, looks really interesting to do videos on. More videos and more clubs on. There are some really interesting clubs in Norway. And I'll look at the Norwegian clubs and some of their trophy cabinets because there's one Norwegian club that's never won the league but's got a record for winning Norwegian Cup titles. Oh right, yeah. So yeah. Again, season to season's really different. Each season's different. I mean, Blackburn, I think, have got one of the lowest points totals for winning the Premier League, for example. If Blackburn played more games when they won the Premier League, but they had a lower points total than I think we had 70. Was it 74 or 75 points we had when we won the league, which would have been good enough for. They would have been above. They would have been above Aston Villa. They would have. With today's Premier League, Blackburn would have finished fourth, and just so. I did a video back in 2018 looking at Premier League champions from 92 to 2017, 2018 season and the points that the clubs that won the league, ended up with and the teams that finished bottom ended up with. And some of them, it was all over the place. There were some seasons where it was very, very close and there was no one team truly had a dominant season like they're having now. Some of the points totals we're getting now are ridiculous. I've got to do a video on Deportivo La Coruña and their situation because they're currently in the third tier of Spanish football because they went bust. So did Real Sociedad, by the way. Yeah, I think it's getting really interesting. The mid-table is so more congested now than what it was 10, 15 years ago. I'm a Blackburn fan, by the way. Yes, but then you adjust. The 2-point system disappeared in the 80s, 70s or 80s, I believe. I think maybe even the 60s. The 2-point system was dropped 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw. I wouldn't say it's almost impossible. Brentford have proven you can. Fulham have managed to stop being a yo-yo team for the first time in a while. It's just the 3 promoted teams this season didn't stay up. But Brentford, Bournemouth have proved, Brighton have proven not only can you stay up, but you can stabilise and re-establish yourself. So I wouldn't say it's impossible for new clubs to stay up. I would argue that I think changes are afoot in regards to spending rules and stuff, which are going to constrain some of the bigger clubs now, which may mean that they start promoting more youth players from their academies, and we may see more homegrown talent play. Yeah, I mean, I think was it 98? Was it 90? Was it the season Barnsley were in the Premier League that all 3 promoted teams went down? I think it was. And I'm going back to the late 90s. And we are really going back in time here. And I'm showing my age. I mean, I'm showing the fact that I actually do remember the old Division 1 because I'm that old. I think yes. I think there are not just in football, but in some sports, even in this country, there are nationality quotas of how many overseas trained players or overseas registered players. If you are an overseas player but you played your youth sport here and been developed by the team you play for, you're not classed as an overseas player. So I use ice hockey for an example. British ice hockey, there are import rules where overseas players are restricted. And it's the same, I think, in some leagues across Europe in a variety of sports. Mostly ice hockey, ironically, where the overseas player rule is introduced. I can see with the changes to financial spending rules that are going to come, we could see more homegrown talent ultimately coming through systems. That may mean some of those youth players that come through academies may be overseas born or whatever, but they're trained in this country and therefore they're not classed as overseas players when it comes to registration. So we may start seeing less of these big money transfers and some maybe even less overseas managers. We could see a reversal of the last 30 or so years. Yeah, again, we'll have to see what happens with the Man City charges and how long that process takes. It's dragging on far too long, in my opinion. My thoughts on Paqueta. I'm not surprised. It's not just football that has this problem. It was known about months ago. It was known when Tomori and his ex-Juventus teammates were given their bans. Paqueta, that was already known about. And so I'm not surprised considering the amount of high-profile players, not just in football, but in other sports as well, have ended up breaching betting rules and getting suspensions and lengthy bans. We've seen it in the NHL. We've seen it in the NBA. Well, there's an NBA player who's had a lifetime ban. He was playing for the Toronto Raptors. Bad for life. So I'm not surprised. I'm very, very concerned, however, with the direction we're heading. And again, we've had this debate on the channel over many years now in regards to gambling sponsorship and the betting firms sponsoring sports teams and leagues and individuals. And it was like when I was watching the Europa League final on the Discovery Plus feed. Obviously, it's from TNT1, but the amount of gambling ads, ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. The build-up, every ad break had at least 2 to 3 gambling ads. I was going, I mean, I know I'm a smoker and that's, bad and, but we've seen the ban on tobacco sponsorship for 20 odd years. I think longer than Jack's been alive, tobacco sponsorship's been banned. In certain, like France, for example, alcohol sponsorship is banned. So we've seen restrictions on other products, which are age restricted, like tobacco and alcohol, and not just here, but in France as well. We've seen those restrictions in place for many years, and we don't bat an eyelid. We accept that because they're age restricted products. Yet gambling, which is an age restricted product, which is very tight legislation, mind on who can with the restrictions everywhere, absolutely everywhere. And I mean, people were like, up in arms when OnlyFans started sponsoring a couple of motor racing teams and drivers. Again, not everyone on OnlyFans does adult content, but the majority of content creators on OnlyFans are porn stars, right? But again, it's a heavily regulated industry and there are restrictions in place and we don't bat an eyelid. But when it comes to gambling, it's everywhere. Yeah, I don't think Bet365 themselves own Stoke, but I do think the guy who's the chairman of Bet365 is Stoke's owner or has a stake in the club. Yeah, I mean, as I say, I mean, I have my concerns in regards to the direction we're heading. The Paqueta charges and allegations. We knew about them about 9 months ago. So they're not new. These is an ongoing thing. And he was initially stood down by West Ham when the allegations broke, but so he was internally stood down. They didn't play him for a couple of games. But like Ivan Toney, when he was investigated, he wasn't suspended. So while West Ham stood him down, took him to the heat. Yeah. Well, the European Super League, I mean, when will it go away? Fans don't want it. The clubs just clearly treat us like cash cows. And as time goes on, more North American fans don't want it. Those who are newer to the game, because what attracts some of these North American fans to European football is our history, our culture, and our traditions. Something that they don't have a lot of in their sports is when they bang on about culture and traditions, they really underestimate, and these club chairmen must think we're mugs. There's a reason why younger people are tuning out or not watching as much football. It's because the paywall that these clubs have basically forced upon the sport because their players and transfers are over, massively inflated. Yeah, look, I mean, they're talking about taking games overseas, regular season games overseas. Just wait till the fan response then. But that's FIFA's involvement. I mean, I don't want this all to be solely a football-based live stream, but I understand that the line of questioning that we're talking about in regards to, the direct. As I say, I don't like the direction the sport has taken in the last decade or so, if I'm being honest, and that's my personal viewpoint. Is I'm not comfortable, and I don't like the direction the sport has been going down since my late teens, early 20s. I'm now 34. I'm only 35. So yeah, I would say in the last 10 to 15 years, I'm definitely concerned with the trajectory of the direction of things. Absolutely, very, very concerned. And as I say, in my opinion, for me, yeah, the concern is real. And I do think I prefer non-league. That's why I support Worthing. Hardly watch the Premier League these days. I mean, I haven't watched Match of the Day unless it's the live FA Cup games and the live international tournaments. For God, this is my second apartment in the last 5 years because I moved into my old apartment nearly 5 years ago. I really tuned out when it comes to the Match of the Day highlights. I don't really. I've fallen out of love with the club game. Will I watch any of the French Open? I am tempted actually to. I know I'm not a massive fan of paywalls with sports, but I do pay for the NRL website, so I'm sort of my resolve is slowly breaking down in regards to cherry picking the subscription services I use if they're reasonably priced. Now the mid-tier Discovery Plus package does give me access to Eurosport, which the French Open is on. And I have more choice than ITV for the matches I can watch, even though ITV is also a host broadcaster. So that gives me the option of two broadcasters to watch the French Open on. So plus they have more in-depth stuff on the Tour de France. The problem is Eurosport is going to disappear eventually in the next 2 years, which is a massive shame. I remember when Eurosport was free to air and you didn't have to pay for it. But hey, that was the 90s. This is now the 2020s. So 30 years later, how things change. But I might watch a bit of it. It's going to be Rafa Nadal's last French Open. We are seeing a change to the guard in tennis. Djokovic doesn't look as dominant. We are starting to see a changing of the guard in tennis, which is a massive thing. And it's looking very, very open now when it comes to the Grand Slams, where if Djokovic doesn't perform, anyone can win it. We've discussed my thoughts on darts. I'm not a massive fan anymore. Used to be in my teenage years. but by my 20s, I tuned out of darts entirely. We've discussed Luke Littler to death. It's very refreshing seeing what he's doing and the new demographic of fans he's bringing and the new age demographic of fans he's bringing. Absolutely. He's a superstar. And to think he's only, what, is he 60? Not even, is he 17 yet? Luke Littler? He's still technically in education. He's still at school, college, so he's still a student. But yeah, it's mad. Well, the tennis player's declining. Yeah, Djokovic and Nadal has basically got a bone condition in his ankles that's going to require full ankle reconstructive surgery. He's in terrible shape. His body's breaking down. He's got a health issue, which has impacted him. Djokovic is not the player he was, no. I don't give a toss about boxing, to be honest. I'm glad Fury lost to Usyk, but more people watched illegally than paid for the more people watched illegally than actually paid for the pay-per-view. So tells you all you need to know what fans think. I forget what the figure was. I think it was like 240 million people world. Basically, the population of Brazil globally watched it illegally rather than pay for the pay-per-view. So, and apparently 17% of viewers were British, so up for IPTV. With all the threats they're giving out against, these Fire Stick users and all that, charge reasonable prices and you wouldn't get it. This is why I'm very tentative about how much I pay for streaming services. Why I don't like paywalls when it comes to, but in order for me to get as much content for you guys, I might have to start justifying paying for some of this stuff. But I wouldn't. For me, no, I've never been a fan of Tyson Fury. I understand what he's done in regards to mental health and addiction and raising awareness about that through his own personal struggles and then the interviews he's given and the awareness he's and bringing that to a fore, which is important. But I don't like him, mate. You can respect him, but you don't have to like him. I wouldn't want to bump into Mike Tyson because he would kill me. Literally, if he just one punch, kill it. I mean, but this is where I think, and I've made my views very, very clear on the video I did about the nano influencer and my views on this platform about the Paul, like Jake and Logan Paul, and the changes to the ad rules and monetization, which have impacted this channel and basically made it harder for this channel to grow. They changed back in 2018 when the channel actually started to grow and actually was making money. I was actually monetized. They changed the rules because of Jake and Logan Paul and their controversies and a few others as well. There were a few other YouTubers. And while I think YouTube has cleared up a lot of the crap that was on the platform, a lot of the crap, there's still that lingering resentment. And people go, "Oh, you're jealous because he's successful." No, I'm not jealous because he's successful. I think the guy's an absolute twat. I do hope that Mike Tyson does end him. Literally end him. One punch could kill Jake. I'm praying that happens. But at the same time, Netflix are using this as a test bed for future live sport. They want to see if this actually draws in people, because Netflix have been rumored for a long time to want long-term live sports rights. We are talking about multiple sports here. We're potentially talking about sports like boxing, potentially team sports, like the Premier League, like rugby union, for example, or rugby league, or ice hockey, whatever the team sport is, or international tournament is. We're talking about Netflix wanting to get broadcast rights to broadcast live sport. And they are using this fight, plus their pending WWE rights they're going to get as well, into getting sports rights. They're using it as a test bed. They've been very, very keen and open about the potential of going from having films and documentary series and TV series on their catalogue to actually having a live sports option. Now, whether that means they're going to change the subscription price and the subscription model even further, we shall see. But it's very, very interesting to think about. There's a reason why they're the broadcaster of note. There's no pay-per-view, so it's going to be on Netflix. Now, will I watch it? No, I have dignity. The fact that my Netflix subscription is helping to pay for this farce doesn't. But there's things on Netflix that I like, and so I'm kind of happy that I have my Netflix account, but I have the basic package, which means I get ads. I'm happy with that. I can live with having adverts on my basic package. But I do have my thoughts on again the state of boxing. It's a joke for me. It's a joke. There's only a couple of fighters I'm keeping my eye on, like the Tim and Nikita Zoo, for example, from Australia. They've been impressing me with how they go about their business. Yeah, Amazon as well. But Amazon, in order to get some of the sporting rights they have in this country, they had to actually post a post-tax profit, not a pre-tax profit. And they were a loss-making business for many, many years. They actually lost money. So they were avoiding paying the full rate of corporation tax because they reported losses. Suddenly, 18 months before they get some football rights and rugby union rights, they suddenly made a profit post-tax and pre-tax. What about WWE? They will be ending up on Netflix. They've announced they're going to Netflix. Is it next year? They're going to be on Netflix. To be brutally honest, TNT, which is basically BT Sport, is now Discovery Warner Brothers heavily owned. BT have a minority stake now, and AEW and WWE are American promotions, much like UFC, and again, like, there's a reason why BT basically pulled the plug on BT Sport. It was losing them money. It never made a profit. It was actually losing money. There was so much reputational damage as well with some of the decisions BT made with that broadcaster. They started losing rights to things like the FA Cup. There was a negativity about basically putting all the European competitions behind a paywall when it comes to football. So they gave up on YouTube. They said, yeah, YouTube's a thing. TNT have reneged on that. So, yeah. I'm not overly worried about pro wrestling, to be honest. I'm not a massive fan. There's a couple of work colleagues of mine who are, but I'm not really a massive fan anymore. I used to be, but not anymore. Is Fury overrated? There's a reason why he had all the belts at one point. There's a reason why he was a world champion. I just think he's reached a point now where he needs to call it. He needs to go, I've made my money, I can retire now. He was battered to a pulp. I've watched some of the highlights. He was battered to a pulp. He's done. He's washed up. He's done. There's a point where you got to go, walk away. But I think boxing is an absolute farce as a sport as it is. Has been for years. Well, Rashford not going to the Euros. Players can still get injured. That's the ironic thing. There's still players who are not even in provisional squads who I think can get a chance to go because there's still competitive football to be played by players who are in these provisional squads who can get injured. Bellingham, for example, is playing a Champions League final next weekend. He could break his leg. Sancho playing a Champions League final could break his leg. I'm just using that as examples of two English players who are currently, going to be playing next weekend. We've got the FA Cup on. Foden could tear his groin, like completely, So while he's not in the provisional squad now, there's a reason why it's called provisional. It's not the final squad. It's a provisional training squad. There are players in that squad who are playing tomorrow in the FA Cup final, could get injured. And there's players playing in the Champions League final a week tomorrow who could get injured. So I think until that Champions League final is completed and everyone's fit, I don't understand why squads are being named, personally. But Rashford, I think Southgate's been facing some pressure because, look, certain players who are his favourites aren't going. What about boxing? Do I think is a fast? The whole bloody thing. I mean, the fact that in every weight division there's 4 belts to unify, and in one weight division I think there's 5 belts. I think in the division that Tim Zoo's boxing in, and I think his brother is in the same division. Um, there's 5 belts to unify. You've got 4 governing bodies, 4 to 5 belts depending on the weight division to unify. That's a farce in itself. And then look at some of these build-ups, like with some of these, especially the heavyweight division. So thank God there's no super heavyweight. So there used to be a super. There's technically a super heavyweight division. There's just not enough fighters to make one at the moment. The whole thing's a farce. The whole thing's it's a circus, absolute circus, and it's just and the Saudi just go away. And any sports fan worth their salt, any athlete worth their salt would go, the human rights record's a joke. I'm not going here. I refuse to box here, but they don't. They money turns heads. Wales didn't qualify. Not interested. I found it funny that Rishi Sunak, and I know I'm mentioning politics, and we've got to be very, very careful with. I have a rule, but Rishi Sunak basically going to a place, I think it was a factory in Wales, and wanting to have a bit of chit chat with the people, the electorate. And he goes, "What are you guys? Who are you following in the? What do you make of the football?" And everyone in there is a Welsh fan. They haven't qualified, and it just was a gaff. Yeah, I thought Wales aren't going. They missed out. It's a shame, but they've been more competitive in qualifying, and they've made a few tournaments now in recent years. They've been to a World Cup again, which has definitely helped with the sport domestically in Wales, and the Wrexham story's helping as well. So I think football in Wales is in a much healthier place now than what it was a decade and a half ago. I do think while we can all debate Gareth Bale's and the pros and cons of his career and how his attitude and the amount of time he spent on the golf course during his time, we can all say that Aaron Ramsey and Gareth Bale, Joe Allen, all of them had a positive impact on Welsh football by being key parts and a key core to that Welsh side that made several tournaments. So since 2016, so there is that. Yeah, Luke Shaw. I mean, he's all Shawberto Carlos. Yeah. Look, I look at the squad and we're dangerously short of midfielders in that squad. Really, again, very weak in midfield with the depth. Too forward heavy. And Ward-Prowse getting snubbed again is just Southgate. Just I don't know. How we made a World Cup semi and a European final with Southgate as manager is beyond me. Generally is beyond me. We've made 3 knockout stages in a row and haven't won anything. But how we made a semi-final or final is beyond me. Yeah, this is what amazes me is the last time around we made a final, and the tournament before that we made a semi. I don't know. Well, Harry Kane, I would love if Harry Kane pulled up injured in training and can't play. That'd be hilarious. He's had a good league season with Bayern, but he hasn't won anything. He just can't win anything. I don't know. No, I don't know. I mean, look, he's tactically inept. He gets about 60 minutes, he makes his changes, and then doesn't change formation when he needs it. And if we get 1-0 up in a key game, we get too defensive. Time and again, it's proven. I think the only knockout game where we didn't decide to close up shop was against Germany, where we won 2-0. And that was against a bang average German side 3 years ago. That was Germany's last competitive Euros international, and we battered them. Yes, no, we can't win the first available trophy because they didn't qualify. That is true. That is true. So that'd be Stuttgart versus Leverkusen because Stuttgart finished second. And unless Leverkusen lose the German Cup final with it, I think is it Cologne or Kaiserslautern? I think it's Cologne. Let me have a look at the DFB Pokal final because it's either Kaiserslautern or Cologne they're playing, and they were bang average this season. So I think Leverkusen have a very good chance. DFB Pokal final. Now, is it Cologne or Kaiserslautern? Is Cows a slight? Yeah, they're playing a Division 2 side, so yeah, it's Cows are Slighton who are in the Bundesliga too. So I think Leverkusen are going to win that somehow. Just saying. Um, my thoughts on Kane. He's past his best now. I don't think he was the right guy to be England. He's not the right guy to be England captain personally, but I can't. And I think he stayed at Spurs too long. I think he should have gone. I think he should have left Spurs at least 2 or 3 seasons earlier. How do you replace Southgate? Well, I think this is his last tournament. I think he stayed on too long, and I think Eddie Howe is the logical successor to Southgate or Gary O'Neill, who's the Wolves manager. They're the 2 logical successors I can think of, unless you go back to Stuart Pearce and go, look, I know you haven't managed for a while, but Stuart Pearce, to me, is the only other ex-player who's gone into management who I think the players, because a lot of the senior players actually were playing under Stuart Pearce when he actually was the under-21s manager before Southgate replaced him. Stuart Pearce, for me, Gary O'Neill or Eddie Howe, the only logical managers who could replace Southgate. And in Stuart Pearce's case, he actually filled in temporarily before Southgate was hired. So, because Big Sam obviously got the chop, and Stuart Pearce was a go-between before it has actually managed the senior side, and I think should have been given the gig full time over Sam Allardyce personally. I think it was after Capello went, or after Hodgson went, or something. Stuart Pearce did an interim gig, and he's worked with the under-21s, and he has. It's been a while since he's managed, but Stuart Pearce for me, Gary O'Neill, or Eddie Howe. Sean Dyche, I wouldn't discount either. No, honestly, I wouldn't discount Sean Dyche. You look at that season with Burnley where they finished 7th, and he had the smallest budget in the Premier League. In fact, a budget that was smaller than many Championship clubs, and he got Burnley into a European season for the first time since 1960-61. Yes, Burnley were league champions back in the 60s, played in the European Cup. Check it out. Don't believe me? Look at the history. So yeah, fans getting fed up of club and country games. Wembley is becoming a very, very sore subject, partly because of the club Wembley aspect to it, and partly because no one's got any bloody money, and it's not just football; it's rugby league as well. And yeah, when Wembley's becoming a bit of a red herring, really. I don't think it's that great a stadium. And just you look how many empty seats there are tomorrow. And the fact that some of the playoff finals and the price of tickets for the playoff finals has been criticised regularly over the last decade or so. Yes, that has come up. All the playoff finals from the non-league through to the championship, the price of tickets has been raised. I don't know how much the Champions League final tickets are going for, but I know that's going to be stupid amounts of money. The pre-tournament friendlies, you know why that is, don't you? Because Wembley's going to be how many? I mean, look how many playoff finals they're going to be at Wembley, and the FA Cup final plus the Champions League final. That's a lot of games on a pitch in a very short space of time. And then you've got the Challenge Cup final as well in rugby league. So the stadium, because they need to prepare the pitch for the Challenge Cup final. That's why the Bosnia friendlies at St James's Park. Stadium availability and the playing surface is going to need to recover a little bit. The amount of rain we've had and the amount of use Wembley's had, yeah. They want to keep the playing surface as good as possible for the Charity Shield. So there's that. Because it's a soulless bad. Here's the thing. So earlier this week, I watched the documentary on Netflix about what happened at the Euros final 3 years ago, and how easy it was to basically break into Wembley and the riot outside and the disorder. There are flaws with the new Wembley. It's not. It's not a nice stadium. I think it's a soulless bowl, basically. The fact that it opened in 2007. It opened in 2007. So, yeah, it's nearly 20 years old. It's 17 years old already. That tells you something, that it's a 17-year-old stadium. So, yeah, it's been around for 17 years, as in a completed stadium. It also was late and over budget, so it they broke ground on the new Wembley over 20 odd years ago now. We're talking, I think, 22, 23 years ago they broke ground after they demoed the old one. So, yeah, it's been around a while, and it was over budget and it was delayed. So, yeah, make of that what you will. As I say, it's hosted some major sporting events, but the reason why the NFL comes to London was the new Wembley to pay it off. It was a cash grab by the FA, and it was a merchandising and a cash grab by the NFL. Plain and simple. Well, the old Wembley needed an upgrade, sure, but the old Wembley, the old Wembley opened in 1923, so it was getting on in years by that point. But the old Wembley wasn't the oldest stadium in this country. York Road, where Maidenhead United play, have been continuously using that stadium since 1872, which means it's the oldest continuously used football-specific stadium in the country, because Bramall Lane, which Sheffield United play out of, has also hosted rugby league, cricket, and rugby union. So there's that. I think the Dortmund fans will bring the atmosphere tomorrow. Next week. The Dortmund fans will bring the atmosphere to Wembley. They'll travel well, but the amount of corporate seats being sold, that sucks the life out of it. UEFA have gone after the money again, so the corporates, the soulless corporates, get a huge selection of the tickets. When it should be, in my opinion, 50-50 for the fans. And that's something else that's regularly been criticised over the... I've got a bottom. I think it's time to shave my moustache, I think, tomorrow. I think the beard's going tomorrow. No, the atmosphere will be... but every Europe. I look at the final between Atalanta and Leverkusen, and over... about half the tickets went to neutrals and corporates. So it was very obvious before and after half time with the empty seats with the corporates. The prawn sandwich brigade, as they're known, disappeared for their bit, and you just had the hardcore Leverkusen and the hardcore Atalanta fans in sections of the stadium. The Aviva, the rebooked Lansdowne Road. I don't mind it. I think it's a very nice stadium. Obviously that far end where it's that one end where it's weird and it's a lower, it just dips down, is a bit strange. But it's a fine stadium. The old Lansdowne Road was an iconic stadium with the railway line running through the main stand, but it was really in desperate state of repair. It desperately needed being upgraded. Olympiacos don't actually play in Athens. They play in Piraeus, which is a suburb of Athens, and the stadium they're using, which is the old Olympic Stadium, sometimes doubles up as Panathinaikos' home ground for European games, because Panathinaikos' stadium is tiny. So basically, they're going into their biggest rival stadium, and that's going to cause it. And Greece and Italy historically don't like each other, so there's going to be some fiery atmosphere on Wednesday next week between Olympiacos and Fiorentina. But then having a Greek club and an Italian club in a final, you think of their ultras. There will be flares going off. there will be a lot of flares going off. There will be noise, and there could be disorder before the game because Olympiacos, they're going into their enemy's back garden, which is Panathinaikos' area. That's gonna flare up big time, big time. That will not go down quietly. There will be, I have no doubt, there'll be disorder. Absolutely none. At the same time, there's going to be a lot of flares. There's going to be a lot of noise, and it will potentially be more like a home game for Olympiacos than an away game. But they are playing in a stadium which is their enemy's stadium. So let that sink in, and yeah, it's going to be tasty, very tasty, and we shall see. Yeah, they're not as crazy as some of the fans. A good friend of mine, my friend Nikolai, is from Bulgaria. He's a Levski Sofia ultra. Yeah, Greek fans or something, but then you go other parts of Europe and into Turkey, and it completely and so it's sure that yeah, it's what Galatasaray. Let's say hypothetically, Olympiacos could play Besiktas, Fenerbahce, Galatasaray. What's the there's a few other Ankaraspor, any club from Turkey. Yes, well, that would lead to a political incident, I would have thought, and the military shooting people, I would have thought. I mean, if the final was in Istanbul, the Olympiacos fans would have burnt the city down. I have no doubt on that, because of the tension and the history between Greece and Turkey. Oh, look, we know there's going to be disorder, and secretly, I'm actually going, well, it's not English fans or Scottish fans doing it. So there's a little bit of, the European fans just as bad. There's a riot. Deal with it how you will. But no, the Italian ultras can get. Although Fiorentina's fan base is known to be quite a calm one when it comes to Italian ultras, and same with Parma. Fiorentina and Parma, some of the Italian clubs, have generally pretty tame when it gets to ultras and disorder and raucousness. Olympiacos, though, are known for really, and Aris Thessaloniki as well. So some of the Greek, I've got to do some, as I say, got to do some more videos on some of the Greek clubs. A couple of more big Greek clubs to do, and even some smaller Greek clubs that have had success, and you'd be like, "What?" It's like, yeah, these clubs exist. Yes, yeah. Look, I mean, if Fiorentina could go in a time machine and get prime Batistuta and prime Rui Costa into that side, they're world class. that would be a cheat code. I mean, Batistuta was a cheat code for goals, and Rui Costa was a cheat code for outstanding passing. There's no doubt. I mean, you can. It's like there's on Instagram. I found footage of Pavel Datsuk, who's a Russian retired NHL and KHL player, ice hockey player. And someone in the comment section of this video I posted went, "Well, Pavel Datsuk is a cheat code for NHL insert game here. Pavel Datsuk is a cheat code for the NHL games." He was a cheat code. Yeah, I remember when the two Leeds fans, and I think Arsenal were playing them in the UEFA Cup final that season, and every hooligan firm in the country suddenly went, "Arsenal, go beat them." I remember that. I remember that very, very vividly. Very vividly. Why? Oh, recency bias. This is a good one. That's an interesting one. It's just a natural, how the natural persuasion works. Really, you more recent memories will stick in your mind. So I did a survey on my channel, up on the channel, about NRL grand finals, and I think the 2015 grand final is the greatest of all time because it's the first All Queensland final, and it goes to Golden Point. Now, let me. I'm trying to do more. This is where recency bias, does come into play, and I've got a channel survey to back it up, and let me just find the channel survey. So I'm going back a few months here, but let me find it. Oh God. Right. So where is it? I'm going to have to go back, I think, to last year for this. So bear with me. I'm currently scrolling through my here we are. We're on. If you can see that, we're on the community tab. Oh God. Yeah, we are going back to last year. Yeah, definitely going back to last year. I've got to find it now. Now we're going back 2 years ago now. Oh, Christ. I've just got to find where it is. It's really annoying. Okay, I've gone too far. I know I have this question up on the channel about the greatest NRL grand final. Here we go. So 5 months ago, if you go on my community tab, and you'll find the various polls and surveys and questions. So what is the greatest NRL grand final of all time? So I gave 4 options, okay? 2015, 2016, and 2023, and then another one. And then in the comments, place your thoughts. So what do you think the percentages were for the 3 grand finals, 2015, 2016, 2023, and then the option of another grand final? Please place your thoughts. Here we go. So we're talking about, recency bias. So 2015, which in my opinion is the best grand final of all time. First one to go to Golden Point in the NRL. First one with 2 Queensland sides in it. And it was Jonathan Thurston's finest hour, and it was the last time before last year that the Brisbane Broncos made the grand final. 10% of people who responded to that said 2015 was the greatest NRL grand final. 30% said 2016. So that's the following year. So we're a year closer to today. So again, that recency bias. And that was Cronulla's 3rd grand final, but the first one that they won. That was their first NRL premiership. They beat the Melbourne Storm. 2023, 60% of respondents said last year's NRL grand final was the greatest of all time. And of course, that's Penrith with their great record-breaking 18-point comeback to swing the game and win the game. No one voted for another grand final. So any other grand final in the history of the NRL since 1998. So that backs up the recency bias argument because it's more recent in our memories and we remember it more clearly. Oh yeah, and it's a more discussed topic because it only happened more recently. You can see there is a recency bias, even though, in my opinion, 2015 is the closest because the league changed hands constantly in that game. 2015 for me is potentially the best game of rugby league ever played, and that's my personal opinion. 2023 does come close, but for me, talking about recency bias, you can see that in a survey. 8 years ago, 7 years ago, last year, more people voted for last year, even though if you actually watch the games back and take the years out of it and go, here's your 3 grand finals. 2015 for me is the greatest grand final. 2023 comes in second and 2016 comes in third. They're very, very close. They are all very close games that go down to the final minute. And in one case, actually end up going to Golden Point. So they were very close. It wasn't blowouts. These are all within a couple of points of each other. I think the points differential is the biggest points differential is like 4 points, something like that, 2 points. It's just so close, right down to the wire, and in each case breaks records, right? So the 2015 and 2016, we're talking about the first time these teams win the grand final. And in the NRL era, that was the first final for Cronulla as well. 2023, Penrith going for a modern day record with 3 in a row and their 4th grand final in a row, which is a modern record basically in the NRL era. Hasn't been done since the 80s with that much success in a short space of time. So yes, it was a sort of a record-breaking final in that sense, and the biggest point swing. But at the same time, Penrith are an established side, won a lot. Brisbane historically very successful. The Germans coming to London too. Dortmund, wonder how that'll go. Actually, Dortmund are quite a beloved German club over here. There's a lot of respect for the Dortmund fans. Biggest fan base in Germany. The biggest single tier stand in Germany. Massive fan base, and a lot of British Army personnel. Me myself, my dad was based in that part of West Germany, so there's a lot of British fans would have seen Dortmund play either because they were in the army or their parents were in the army and they were based over there. So actually, I don't think it's going to be as much trouble as people think. And a lot of people across Europe want Dortmund to win. So I don't think it's going to be as, much trouble as you think. But with the recency bias being, 9 years ago, I do think that has a part to play in that survey that I did. I know it's not football, it's rugby league, but I just said what in the greatest grand final in the era, and I gave 4 options, 3 of them being 3 separate years, and then any other grand final you could think of since 1998, and the closer we got to the present day, the higher the percentages, which I found really strange. But then it backs up the recency bias argument. But why do we have recency bias? Why is it so prevalent? It's because it's more recent events. It's more freshly discussed. And those involved in those teams are more likely still playing than those that have been and gone. And they're in let's say the prime of their careers, that kind of thing. Yes, Dortmund did play at Wembley in their last Champions League final 11 years ago against Bayern Munich. That's why I wanted to Bayern Dortmund final, a complete replay of 11 years ago. Except the fortunes of both clubs are drastically different now than what they were then. Neither club's battling for silverware this season in the sense domestically, and be it the German Cup or the German League. And they're well off the pace even with Stuttgart far ahead of them in the German league as well. So much changed in German football since the last time they were both in the final. Well, a lot of younger fans don't realise the history of football. It's another one of the reasons why I decided to do the club history series, partly because the dominance of Bayern Munich in Germany. And people go, well, no other teams in Germany have had success. Blah. That's a lie. And I back that up with facts. People are like, what? And a lot of people are stunned by the history of football pre-92, before the Champions League era. We're talking about earlier. What my views on Man City winning 4 titles in a row? Well, the first team to win 3 in a row was Huddersfield Town in the 20s. And then Arsenal were the second team to do it because they nicked Huddersfield's manager. Huddersfield have not been successful since. Facts. The first team to do a League Cup double were Preston North End. And that was the first year of the Football League. And the first team to win back-to-back league titles was Preston North End. The first team to win 5 FA Cups was Blackburn Rovers. There's a lot more facts I could spit out that would blow people's minds. Ipswich have won a European trophy. Aston Villa have won a European trophy. Nottingham Forest were the first club to win what is now the Champions League, which was the European Cup, to end up playing the 3rd tier of their domestic league competition. Hamburg have won what is now a Champions League. Steaua Bucharest, Red Star Belgrade. Benfica. People's minds explode when you come. This is why I did the football club history. The first Invincibles. I don't. The first unbeaten season. I'm going to have to check on that one. I know that the first team to get more than 40 games unbeaten was actually Nottingham Forest. They did it over. They did, I think it was 48 games over a 2-season span, and that's when people compare the Arsenal Invincibles to Nottingham Forest, who won back-to-back European titles. Brian Clough as manager. I'm trying to think now. I'm having a bit of a brain fog. I do apologise. Ajax are the only side to do an unbeaten league season and also win a cup trophy in the same season, which in their case was a European trophy, not a domestic cup trophy, because they lost one game all season. Basically, what Bayer Leverkusen are doing now. And I'm really having a think here. I'm really being forced to think here, but there's some really Provicelli were the dominant side in Italy in the 1910s and 1920s and had more silverware than Bologna. Parma, all their trophies were won between 92 and 2002, and that's 8 trophies in 10 years. Napoli were the first club south of Rome to win a Scudetto. Cagliari were the first team outside of the mainland of Italy to win a Scudetto, and therefore the only team outside the mainland of Italy to win a Scudetto. That was in the 69-70 season. More fans in the city of Turin, or Torino to Italians, support Torino than Juventus. Genova is one of the oldest clubs in Italy, and their full name is Genova Cricket and Football Club. Sheffield Wednesday was set up by the Wednesday Cricket Club in order to keep their players fit in winter. The reason why they were called the Invincibles is they were the first team to do a League Cup double and win back-to-back league titles, and that's it. And then they stopped winning. They've only won 3 trophies, and that was in their first 2 seasons in the Football League. Not won a trophy since. They've not won a trophy since 1889. United played Barcelona at Wembley. I think if I'm not mistaken, United won the Cup Winners' Cup in 1990. Was it 91? With Brian Robson? I think it was 91. I think. Maybe 92. I can't remember. Yeah, a lot of fans think football was invented in 1992, but Everton last won the league title in 1985 and last won the FA Cup in 1995. There you go. Everton have won a European trophy, a UEFA Cup. People forget Oxford United and Luton Town and Swindon Town have all won the League Cup. QPR have won a League Cup. Crystal Palace took an FA Cup final to a replay and nearly won an FA Cup. Yeah, I'm here all day. Honestly. But so there's a reason why I do the football club histories, and I really go back in time, and it really surprises me how many people I didn't know that about this club. Didn't know that. Burnley have got a couple of league titles. They've won the league. Burnley have played in Europe, played in the European Cup against Benfica at Turf Moor. I know all these things. I know these things. In the words of the guy of Game of Thrones, Tyrion, I drink and I know things. It's what I do. Except I don't drink alcohol. I just drink energy drinks. But I know things. It's what I do. I read and I know things. I've done all the club histories. I've really done all the club histories. I've done all the Football League clubs. I've done most of Scottish professional clubs. I've done most of the Swiss professional clubs. There's a few more, but I've got to do in Switzerland. I've done a lot of the Italian clubs, done a lot of the Spanish clubs. I've done a lot of the German clubs. I think, yes, Celtic were the Lisbon Lions. All the players were born within 22 miles of Celtic Park. Most of them were born in Glasgow. There was one player born in Dumfries and Galloway, or something like that. But all the players were born within 22 miles of the ground. Yep. Dinamo Tbilisi won the Cup Winners' Cup. Probably no, FC Magdeburg. There you go. FC Magdeburg are the least known to win the Cup Winners' Cup, and that was in 1976. And they are still a club, and they're still going, and they're currently playing. Is it the second or third tier of German football? FC Magdeburg. Not been so easy for them since reunification. But yes, Dinamo Tbilisi have actually. This is mad. Who was the Hungarian side that won a competition? Well, they made a final in the World Cup with Puskás. They never won anything. They made a final though in 1956. They made the World Cup final. No, there's no Northern Irish club. Although Glentoran did play in the European Cup against Juventus in the 76-77 season, and I had that program of the home game where Juventus were playing Glentoran, and a certain Dino Zoff was in goal for Juventus, as was most of the 1982 Italian World Cup winning side. No, the Hungarian side won nothing, although I think you might be thinking about the Mitropa Cup, which was a semi-official competition played by teams that would have been part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire pre-1918. Newport County of Wales lost the quarterfinals to an East German side, Carl Zeiss Jena, who lost the final to Tbilisi. Yeah, now we're just talking about ridiculous stuff, and this is where the Cup Winners' Cup should still exist. You get stories like that. The reason why Newport County were playing in that is because they won the Welsh Cup. Getting rid of the Cup Winners' Cup was a massive, fatal error by UEFA. And when I get to FC Magdeburg and Dinamo Tbilisi, yeah. When I get to those clubs, if I decide to carry on with the Football Club History series and how long I go with that and how deep down the rabbit hole I go with various clubs in various leagues, Christ, I might even do the Luxembourg League yet, just for giggles, because there's some very interesting clubs in Luxembourg, actually. Just looked it up. It was the UEFA Cup final 85 Hungarian side. Videoton lost to Real Madrid. Okay. Again, Real Madrid have won so many UEFA Cups and Champions Leagues and Cup Winners' Cups that it's sort of, people forget who the opposition was because they just win all the time. But when I get round to Real Madrid, we will get round to Real Madrid. But I want to do Deportivo La Coruña first, the next Spanish club that I do. And then I want to do Deportivo Alves because they made a European final against Liverpool back in the day in the UEFA Cup. And a certain Jordi Cruyff was playing in Deportivo Alves' side that game. But there's a Welsh Football Adventures. He visits all the clubs and grounds, talks about the history. The reason why I do the Football Club History series is because a lot of predominantly British fans, but a lot of fans just forget about the history pre-1992. And in part, that's the media's fault as well. Because Merthyr Tydfil did play Atalanta in the old Cup Winners' Cup. When they, or was it the UEFA Cup, when they qualified and got to a semi-final, they were, and when they won the Coppa Italia, they were a second division side. Atalanta have always been like the proper underdog that everyone loves. But no, losing things like the Cup Winners' Cup and the restructuring of the UEFA Cup mean you don't, and the UEFA coefficient mean you don't get these stories. You don't get these matchups anymore, which I think is a massive mistake by UEFA. You don't get these little clubs going on these little cup runs and stuff like that. Well, Wrexham beating Porto and Porto win the European Cup the year after. I think you might be thinking of Porto. How many times did Porto? I remember when Jose Mourinho was managing Porto, they won the Champions League, And I know Benfica have won more European trophies than Porto. So that's something. I haven't done the histories on Porto and Benfica yet. I've done them on a couple of other Portuguese clubs. But I don't go in depth. When I do the club histories, I do them less in depth than others. The New Saints go on about get to play in Europe for one game where they pretty much lose every year and pre-qualifying for a pre-qualifying for pre. Yeah, when they look, but it's again how the UEFA coefficient works with these qualifying rounds now. I think, yeah, but we are where we are in regards to the structures, and where we are in regards to how the competitions are structured, and we can debate the pros and cons of how UEFA are structuring their European competitions and past and present, like the old Intertoto Cup and the old Cup Winners' Cup, and how they don't exist anymore, and how things have changed, and the constant fiddling with the formats to suit, again, as I say, a handful of clubs. But I don't want to keep going on about and banging that drum, because I've made my views very, very clear on that. But I know, obviously, newer viewers obviously will ask the same questions that obviously Jack's been asking tonight, and so these topics, this conversation is going to keep coming up. Yeah, but that again, a pre-season tour means they're friendly matches. They're not as intense. They're trying to. This is when back in the day, Yugoslavia, and this is very interesting. Before what we have now with the different countries that made up Yugoslavia, my family used to go on holiday to the former Yugoslavia like all the time. In the 70s, they used to go on holiday all the time to Yugoslavia. There was it's complicated, and I want to avoid the politics, but when Tito was in charge of Yugoslavia, and then some of his successors, there were special visas and trade arrangements they put in place. Even though they were technically communist, they weren't Stalinist like some other part. They were non-aligned. They're part of the non-aligned movement. And I'm going to leave that to you guys to research the non-aligned movement, which still exists as a political movement between, like let's say, NATO and Russia and China. There's during the Cold War, a lot of countries were like, well, we're not really pro-America, we're not really pro-Soviet Union. We're going to be in the middle, and that's where we're going to stay. We're going to stay in the middle. Yugoslavia was a founder member of the non-aligned movement, where it didn't matter what political ideology your country was. You could be democratic, you could be autocratic, you could have a single-party state, you could have an autocratic monarchy. And Tito was very, very keen not to join the West Bloc or the Eastern Bloc, and so had friendly relations with a lot of people. And Tito was a pain in the arse for the USSR. He really was a pain in the arse. He was a communist, but he wasn't a Soviet communist. He allowed a lot of capitalism to take place in a communist country, let's just say that. Which is why you will actually see a lot of Yugos across Europe. Now, people go, what's a Yugo? A Yugo was a type of car that was manufactured in Croatia, what is now Croatia, that was really very unsafe. 4-speed gearbox. Top speed of like about 65, just barely motorway speed. Really, really, really it made an Austin Metro look reliable, and it made an Austin Allegro look desirable because they were basically built by communists. Yeah. No, it was better than a Lada, but less reliable than a Rover. There you go. It made British Leyland look like a really competent company, because the build quality on a Yugo wasn't great, and they weren't overly the most reliable cars. Bits fell off them. Yugo bits would just drop off. Like the door trim, you would shut the door and the whole door card would come off in your hand. You would turn the windshield wipers off, and one of them would go one way and one would go the other way. and you're like, what is going on with this windshield? Bits dropped off them. They still exist. Like there's loads of them around. You just got to dig for them. They're actually kind of collector's items. People forget that DAF, a Dutch company, made cars. So Volvo have a manufacturing plant in Holland because Volvo in the 70s bought DAF. Now you think DAF, DAF, big lorries. Well, British Leyland got bought out by DAF. So all the right-hand drive DAFs for the UK, Ireland, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and some other Commonwealth nations are actually made in Leyland, which is a place here in the UK, and all the left-hand drive DAFs are made in Holland. But the cars, they were the first ones to have a weird automatic gearbox, like a centrifugally weird gearbox. And they're actually quite nice cars, actually. The old DAF, is it a DAF 400? Yeah, they're quite nice. They're really quite nice cars, actually. I want to get my hands on a DAF 350, or basically they became Volvos and they rebadged them. Yeah, I think it was the Cup Winners' Cup. They beat Real Madrid, and Alex Ferguson was manager. And oh my God, who was the guy who ended up playing for Man United in Leeds? Gordon Strachan was his captain. There you go. Let's open the Scottish Premiership talk next year. Yeah, it's 40 years since Aberdeen last did it, and that is a big problem. That's the big problem. It's been 40 years of two clubs swapping league titles. That's impacted Scotland, absolutely. But again, discuss Scottish football a lot on this channel's history and a lot of Scottish clubs' history, and it's very worrying where we're at right now with the state of Scottish football. We do need another club to. I don't think the Premier League will. I don't think Pep's going to be at Man City much longer. I think his contract runs out next year. He's not hinted at a further contract extension, and I think they are guilty of the charges, and he has stated if they're found guilty, he walks. And he did this at Barcelona. He did it at Bayern Munich, and he's going to do it at Man City. He's going to take a year out. I don't know where else Pep can end up unless Pep has hinted at an international gig, and with Southgate potentially last tournament. Overplayed. I wouldn't say overrated. The hatred is there. Overplayed. Definitely an overplayed rivalry because they play each other too often. But at the same time, you have got Partick and Clyde, who are also Glasgow, and Queen's Park, who are Glaswegian clubs. So there are 5 clubs in Glasgow. You know, all of them have won trophies at various points and had their successes, but only 2 of them continue to win regularly, which is the Old Firm. But you've got Partick, who've got the 3rd biggest fan base in Glasgow. You've got Clyde, who seem to move around Glasgow and Lanarkshire, and then you've got Queen's Park, who are potentially, in my opinion, the most historical Scottish club of the lot, because they're older, and they're the only Scottish club to play in an FA Cup final. So there's that. You say City can get the next best manager, but can they? Dundee and Dundee United. That's a very interesting rivalry because there's a road. There's a road. Then there's 2 stadiums. There used to be a sectarian element. There isn't so much now. And if we're talking about hooligan firms and ultras, they share the same firm. There you go. But then you've got Hearts and Hibs. Yeah. Yeah, well, actually, they only turned professional, was it 4 years ago? Yeah, it took them a while. But I think that's one of the unique things about Queen's Park and one of those kind of fun, quirky facts about the club. They've stayed true to their roots, even if it actually hurt them on the field and their ability to win. But Queen's Park, a fantastic club. Nicknamed the Spiders, by the way. Yeah, fantastic club. It's just very, very interesting how they have this great history. And then you've got Little Hampden, which is the stadium next door, which is their refurbing for their standards. But Again, it's just unique things. Imagine if they turn professional when all the other Scottish clubs turn professional, where they would be, and how much success they could have had. Um, the fact that Glasgow can sustain 5 professional clubs, because Clyde are planning to move back into Glasgow. They're looking at going back into to Glasgow on a permanent basis and building a new stadium, or ground sharing with another club in Glasgow, like Partick or Queen's Park. They've made that very, very clear. The fact you've got 5 professional football clubs in Glasgow who've all got trophy cabinets, because even Partick have won stuff, and Partick are the 3rd biggest club in regards to fan base in Glasgow, tells you all you need to know about the depth of football in that city, considering its population size in comparison to London, and Birmingham and Manchester, Greater Manchester. Just let that sink in. The fact that Edinburgh can have 3 professional clubs, because you've got Edinburgh City now. So there you go. Well, 3rd Lanark, that's gone. That's gone. That dream has sailed a long time ago. Unless an amateur club was set up now, and they called it 3rd Lanark, or anything with Lanark in the name, I can't. Or Gretna reformed. So Gretna had a Phoenix club. Gretna reformed, but 3rd Lanark didn't reform. Now, 3rd Lanark's most famous former player who became a manager. Have a think who that is. Went on to play for St Johnstone and Rangers. And we've mentioned him already in this live stream. And we've mentioned 2 of the clubs he has managed. In fact, I think we mentioned all the clubs he has managed as well in this live stream. He's still alive, and it's you'll be surprised who it is. 3rd Lanark. It is Sir Alex. That is correct. I've got to do a career video on Sir Alex Ferguson. I really do. I think that would get a lot of interest. And a lot of people have views on Sir Alex Ferguson, and that's opinions, and he's not my favourite cup of tea. But he's got a very interesting story as Sir Alex Ferguson. And the fact, 3rd Lanark don't exist anymore. But he's definitely played for or managed some of the most historical clubs in the English and Scottish games. And it's noticeable that he leaves Aberdeen. I think they won 1 more league title after he left, and then they just have won a few Scottish Cups and Scottish League Cups, but basically they stopped winning. And that is a known thing. He goes to Manchester United, and they stop winning. Gretna versus Carnarvon. They're fans. Why are we bothering here in this league? But hello, yes. Well, Gretna's right on the border, and Carnarvon, I believe, used to be a football league club at one point. I'm just putting that out there. I think Carnarvon was a football league club at one point in the 80s, I believe. I'm going to have to look at Carnarvon Town and have a. Actually, I'm going to do that. Let's have a look at. Oh God, shut up, phone! My phone is now bleeping at me because someone's messaged me. Yep, someone's messaged, and I've got an update. Who's updated? I don't know what's going on with my messenger, but it's taking forever to notifications. Bill Shankly's our brother managed 3rd Lanark. Yeah, 3rd Lanark's interesting. But I want to quickly. Right. Oh, what is it? We want. I'm trying to spell here. Carnarvon Town Football Club. I actually believe they were. They're semi-pro. I believe they actually did play in the Football League at one point. I could be wrong, but I have a sneaky suspicion that they did. They're now playing in the Welsh Premier. I'm just having the Welsh League North, Northwest Counties League, FA Cup run where they made 86, 87. They beat 4th Division Stockport County. They defeated 3rd Division York City. And they lost to Barnsley in a replay in the... They got promoted to the Football Conference. So they did play in the English League system at one point. They played in this. They got to the semi-final of the Welsh Cup. And then they decided to return to the Welsh League system in the 90s, 2000s. So they were in the English League system at one point. Didn't quite make the Football League, Carnarvon Town. I thought they did, but I thought I'd have a little look at that. Aberdare Athletic did. They're in the Conference League. Worthing are... Yeah, I mean, as I say, I'm going to have a look at... what am I doing? National League. Let's have a look at the National League, because I just want to look at the teams that are currently in there that I haven't done videos on. So that includes North and South as well. So the National League, 24 teams. Ironically, if you win the FA Cup in the National League, let's have a look. So they've already got next season up, National League, and they've got the North and South. Right. So promoted. So next year, Tamworth and Boston United were promoted from National League North, and Yeovil and Braintree were promoted from National League South, which has led to the North-South realignment of the divisions for the National League North and South, which have created such discussion. Relegated were Forest Green Rovers from League Two and Sutton United. So their stays in the Football League was short. Right, okay. So promoted to League Two, Chesterfield and Bromley. Relegated to National League North was Kidderminster and Oxford City. Relegated to National League South were Boreham Wood and Dorking Wanderers. So there you go, Dorking Wanderers, one of my local clubs. There you go. Right, so you've got AFC Fylde, Aldershot Town, doing a video on Aldershot Town because my dad had a try at the old Aldershot FC back in the day before 1992 when they went bust. Altrincham, I've got to do a video on them because their efforts to get into the Football League via election back in the day were blocked. Barnet, I think I've done a video on Barnet. Boston United, got to do a video on them because their financial irregularities, which basically led to them being kicked out of the Football League. Dagenham and Redbridge, done a video on them. Eastleigh, they're going to be fun to do a video on. Ebbsfleet United, one of my local clubs. They're only down the road from me. FC Halifax Town, obviously the old Halifax Town were a Football League club. They went bust. Done a video on Forest Green Rovers, everyone's favourite pub team to hate. Gateshead, they got denied promotion via the playoffs this season because of stadium issues, even though their stadium seats 11,800. It's a big stadium. Big stadium they've got. Gateshead. And we can do a video on them. Hartlepool, done a video on them. Maidenhead United, one of my local clubs. York Road, they've been playing there since 1872. The oldest continuously used football stadium in the world. There you go. Oldham Athletic, got to do a video on them. Ex-Premier League club and former League Cup finalists in the 89-90 season, the year I was born in 1989. Rochdale, I think I've done a video on Rochdale. Solihull Moors, done a video on them. Southend United, got to do a video on them. That's Sutton United, done a video on them. Tamworth, got to do a video on them. Their ground name, the Lamb Ground, that's quite cool. Wealdstone, the Wealdstone Raider, got to do a video on them. Woking, one of my local clubs. Yeovil Town, my cousin's club that he follows. And York City. I think I've done a video on York City. So there's that. Let's have a look at the National League North clubs because I think there's some big clubs there. Oh, let me go back. I've done that. I've fouled up. What am I doing? Right. What am I doing? Let's have a look at the National League North for next season. So relegated from the National League, Kidderminster Harriers, Oxford City, promoted. Radcliffe and Marine, promoted from the Southern League Premier Division, Central, Needham Market and Leamington from National League North. Relegated Blythe Spartans, relegated to the Southern League Premier Division Central, Banbury United and Bishop Stortford. So this is where we're having all the changes for the regional leagues south of the National League. And Gloucester City are in the Southern League Premier Division South. So it's all getting really messy. You've got Alfreton Town, Brackley Town, Buxton, Chester. Got to do a video on Chester. Chorley, they're an interesting club to look at. Curzon Ashton, very interesting club to look at. Curzon Ashton, actually. Darlington, again, they're an interesting. Farsley, Celtic, Hereford, they've obviously reformed. Kidderminster Harriers, they're going to be a fun club to do a video on because they're an ex-Football League club. Kings Lynn, Leamington, Marine, Needham Market, Oxford City, Peterborough Sports, Radcliffe, Russia Olympics, Scarborough Athletic, reformation of a Football League club, Scunthorpe United, South Shields, Southport, Spennymoor Town, and Warrington Town. So there's some interesting clubs to look at with them. Let's have a look at what we're doing. National League, past winners, National League South. So I'm just having a look at clubs that like okay. Oh God, what am I doing? Oh, I've gone horribly wrong here. That's what I was after. National League South. So, relegated from the National League, Boreham Woodwalking. Promoted from the Eastman Premier Division, Hornchurch and Enfield Town. Promoted from the Southern League Premier Division, Chesham and Salisbury. From the National League South, promoted Yeovil Town and Braintree. Relegated to the Eastman League Premier Division, Dartford and Dover Athletic have fallen out of the National League South. They've been all over the place. Relegated to the Southern League Premier Division, Taunton and Havant and Waterlooville. Right, so you've got Aveley, Bath City, Boreham Wood, Chelmsford City, Chesham United, Chippenham Town, Dorking Wanderers, Eastbourne Borough, Enfield Town, Farnborough, one of my local clubs, used to be at a higher level. They've got a big stadium for that level of 7,000-seater stadium. Hampton and Richmond, I used to actually live around the corner from them with my ex-partner. Hemel Hempstead, Hornchurch, Maidstone United. My dad had a trial for them when they were Maidstone back in the day. Salisbury, Slough Town, one of my other local clubs, St Albans City, Tonbridge Angels, Torquay United, been to Plainmoor, Truro City. They had a hectic end to their season. I think they had 8 games in 10 days to play to finish their season. Welling United, Western-super-Mare, Weymouth. Well, my dad used to play for Dorchester Town as a youth before he joined the army, and Weymouth, biggest rivals down there, and Worthing. Wow, I've got a lot of non-league clubs to. I'm going to have fun. Sorry, my club history series is going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Lots of fun. What can Welsh clubs decide to? There's Welsh clubs in the English league system. There's English clubs in the Welsh league system. So there's English clubs in the Scottish league system. So not absolutely down the road from me. It's sunny in Kent. It's only an hour and a half away. Not that far away. It's only down the road. It's not. People think, honestly, I can get to the edge of Kent in an hour and a half. There's some bits of Kent I can get to. Ebbsfleet is a shithole. I wouldn't want to go there, though. But the southeast, but if you use the right travel, you can get places actually quite quickly without actually having to go through London. I can get to Ebbsfleet pretty quickly from where I am. Mate, I can get to Bournemouth within 2 hours. If I can get to Exeter within 2.5 hours, yeah, from where I am, just east of Reading. It's all about which train line you use and what time of day you travel. You can get places quite quickly if you use an off-peak ticket and travel at the right time. Carnarvon, again, it's up to them to obviously put the proposal forward to the non-league system, and discussions, because the FA grant these leagues, but you've got Welsh clubs in there. You obviously want your operating license, so you put a proposal towards it. Yeah, there have been Scottish clubs in the English league system, because Scottish clubs have entered English competitions like the FA Cup historically. They obviously haven't now, but Queen's Park have played in an FA Cup final and Rangers have played in an FA Cup semi-final. So that's sinking. And Gretna have at times played in the English system because they're on the border. they're closer to Carlisle than they are to any other club in Scotland. So, but English clubs have played in Scottish Cup competitions as well. But no, yeah, there is definitely, in my opinion, I think they can. I think it's how they do an application process to say we want to join the English league system, and then where they get placed within that non-league system. Because looking at this, because of how the promotion and relegation works this season and how they've restructured the boundary changes because of who got relegated from the National League, it's had an impact on the leagues below. And obviously that's blown up massively with a lot of clubs not being happy with the impacts that have been felt. Yeah, Gretna and Allen Athletic have. Yeah, could Rangers and so that debate's been had, but the negative economic impact that would have on Scottish football would be devastating, and yeah, that just wouldn't happen. And it would have a devastating impact on the Scottish league system. So there'll be the idea has been floating around of a British Super League since I think it's 64, though it reached a head in 66, 68. And I've covered that by looking at some of my old programs that I have down there. When I say programs, I mean football magazines from the 60s and 70s. There was talk about a British Super League in the 60s that then evolved into a European Super League idea, and it's never come to pass. It would destroy Scottish football. That happened. And I think they realise it. It would absolutely devastate Scottish football beyond recognition. And the police wouldn't have it either. The security aspect, the sectarian aspect. On a policing standpoint, the police would be having kittens. It would not. The security would not allow it. Policing and the security services just wouldn't allow it at all. No, you just take the two biggest financial earners out of the league completely. Look what's happened to Welsh football with the biggest clubs in Wales being in the English league system. It's dead. You get like 5 blokes and a dog to games. No one turns up. Because you've taken the biggest clubs out of Wales, bear in mind Cardiff and Swansea and Wrexham from the beginning were part of the English league system, but because the biggest clubs in Wales are in the English league system, the Welsh league system doesn't work. Then blocking those Welsh clubs from playing in the Welsh Cup has killed it further. Yes, they do, but again, the legal system in England and Wales is exactly the same, and Wales has technically been attached to England since the 1300s officially, even though it's a principality. None of them have ever been in the Welsh league system. Newport County, Wrexham, Cardiff, Swansea, and Merthyr Tydfil have always been in the English league system since foundation. I believe Merthyr Tydfil have. I could be wrong, or Merthyr Town, but they always have because they're the population centres, and they decided very early on to apply. The English FA accepted them, the Football League and the non-leagues accepted them, and that's the rest is history. They worked out economically at the time. It made sense, and they've stuck with that. Whereas the Scottish clubs were entering the English FA Cup before the Scottish Cup was a thing. And then as soon as the Scottish Cup became organised and the leagues became organised, they stopped entering English competitions. But there has been talk of a British Super League kind of system that involves all the clubs in Scotland, all the big clubs in Scotland. That includes Aberdeen, Motherwell, Hearts, Hibs, etc. Going back to the 60s. Do they, though? Do they really? Do they? Really? I think they would much rather Middlesbrough and Sunderland were Premier League clubs so they could kick the shit out of them every week more regularly. Honestly, they would rather play Sunderland twice a season and play Sunderland in an FA Cup final than Celtic and Rangers, because the travel distance is still huge, still long from Newcastle to Glasgow. Newcastle would rather play Carlisle than Rangers or Celtic. And the police, again, the police would just not have it. This is what people don't realise is the security services that, and I'm saying the police and the security services that will deal with organised crime and counter-terrorism just wouldn't have it. Well, Merthyr Tydfil is in the arse end of nowhere. It's in mining country, and but there isn't the money to upgrade it and move state or build a new state. There just isn't the money. So unless like a Wrexham kind of story happens or a Forest Green Rovers kind of story happens, where the little club can get a wealthy owner to invest locally in the club, it's not going to happen. But they stay in the English league system because there's more money to be made, which makes them more sustainable. If they were to climb up from the non-league to the Football League, it will make them more sustainable. You look at the other Welsh clubs. There's more money to be made. The New Saints, I think, is a Phoenix club, isn't it? It's a merger of a couple of clubs. And they play in a border town, or Westry, or wherever it is, near in Shropshire. It historically has been part of Wales at times. The border changes depending on historical circumstance. But they're like Forest Green Rovers. They play in a very, very an English club and a Welsh club merged together to form the New Saints. And how that works out, I don't know, but they're right on the border of Wales. Similar situation to Chester with their stadium. And there's an argument Chester should join the Welsh League system and would be more successful. Yes, Chester, a third of their ground is in Wales, whereas New Saints, their ground is entirely in England. They're hated in Wales. Their owner. I think they're hated. I think no one in England really cares about the New Saints, which is probably why they have such small crowds and really struggle. If they were to join the English league system, I think they would do better. Honestly, their crowds would be better. They'll be playing against better quality opposition, which would test them on a more regular basis. And more scouts would go to their games, so their players would be open to bigger clubs scouting them. And they would make more money because they're, it's just, for me, that's my opinion on that club. But they're not the only club to be from one country playing. And I mean, you've got clubs across Europe that do that. FC Vaduz from Liechtenstein playing the Swiss league system. In fact, all Liechtenstein clubs play in the Swiss league system. Fact. Monaco technically play in the French league system. Merthyr Town. Let me just have a look at Merthyr Town FC, because I just want to have a look at where they are now and how far off the National League they actually are. So it's their ground is in the middle of nowhere. Couldn't have a Portuguese club playing. No, you wouldn't. That would. You wouldn't have. Right. So they're playing the Southern League Premier Division South in the 7th tier of the English league system. They play at Penny Darren Park, which has a 4,000 seat capacity. Their owners are the fans. The fans own the club, which is interesting. They finished 6th this season in the Southern League Premier. And they have the same colours as Newcastle United. There we go. They were formed as Merthyr Town in 1908, and they were a Football League club between 1920 and 1930. They went bust in 1934, and the club reformed after the war in 1945 as Merthyr Tydfil FC, when they went bust in 2010, and the new Merthyr Town were reformed in 2010. So the current club so the club was mothballed for 11 years, and the war extended that mothballing. So they played in the 5th tier of English football for 5 years, from 88 89 season to the 94-95 season. In 91-92, they finished fourth in the conference, which is now the National League, which was the highest placing in the English football pyramid, with the club that the Phoenix club that was formed in 45. They were relegated in the 94-95 season. They reached the second round of the Cup on 5 occasions. They reached the first round most recently in 2021-2022. Interesting. So after the club went tits up, they've got some interesting. They've won the Welsh. They were runners-up in the Welsh Cup in 1924. They won the Welsh Football League Cup in 1926. Okay, they're an interesting club. So they've had issues. They've gone bust twice. That's interesting. But as I say, there's been a big thing when I look at the history of oh god, what am I? When I look at the history of you know of football, there's a lot of clubs that have gone bust and reformed. A lot of clubs have had financial difficulties throughout their existence. No, the San Marino clubs have their own league system. San Marino has its own league system. I think Liechtenstein, sort of does have its own league system, but it feeds into the Swiss league system because FC Vaduz are so much bigger than the rest of them. I think at one point Luxembourg's league system was linked to Belgium or France or something like that. So there's some interesting league systems, and then you have the talent drop off. I know Malta's got their own league system. But I do think the larger San Maries, that's the official term for someone from San Marino. I think the larger clubs from San Marino do play in the Italian system at some point. Wales were forced to have league system as they thought it was unfair. To be honest, the Welsh league system is in a mess. It's a mess. Their biggest sports teams play in at their best in multinational systems or in England. Yeah. Wales were forced to have a league system. It's getting interesting. Yeah, I mean, I will at some point look at some of the more obscure football clubs and some of the more interesting. Like I will do club histories on some of the Belgian clubs and Dutch clubs. I want to look at the Norwegian league in depth next because that will be a lot of fun. I think I'll do that Sunday. A load of Norwegian clubs because there's some really interesting ones. I've done a few Norwegian club history videos, but there's one Norwegian club. I'm not going to give it away, but they've never won the Norwegian league, but they've won a record number of Norwegian Cup titles. And that's just, in my opinion, ridiculous. England and Wales are engraved together in sport. You can't change it now. Cardiff used to Bristol Derby, not matches against Barlatown. Yeah, and at various points, Cardiff have played against Bristol Rovers as well. So there is that hatred across the Bristol Channel. With the current Vincent Town ownership, anything's possible with Cardiff. They could potentially get another promotion or a relegation. So anything's possible with Cardiff. Completely anything is possible with Cardiff with their ownership. Their ownership is completely mental. But this is the problem with the what we have with club ownership in this country. It seems anyone can buy a football club, no matter how mentally unstable they are, or continue to own football clubs even after criminal convictions, such as Joe Lewis with Tottenham. What do I think of the average attendance for Cardiff and Welsh League? It's 20k in the Championship. I forget how big the stadium is now. because Ninian Park's gone and they've got the Cardiff City Stadium. The fact they're not selling out in the Championship is concerning. So there's a lot of empty seats at games, which shows that there's that disconnect between the club fan base and the ownership. There is clearly, because they used to sell out Ninian Park. And before Vincent Tan bought the club, they used to sell out the Cardiff City Stadium. I mean, there's clearly that disconnect between the fan base and the club and the ownership. Definitely. Moldova, yeah, they have a league. They have a league. Finland's got a league. Estonia's got a league. Latvia's got a league. Lithuania's got a league. Moldova's got a league. If Malta can have its own league system, I think Moldova will have a league system somehow. So, yeah. Zumbruchishnau. Yeah, look, I'm going to have fun doing some of these more obscure clubs or lesser known clubs. Unless you've played FIFA or Football Manager or Pro Evo, you may not have heard of some of these clubs. You've got to be a cultured fan. But I'm looking forward to doing Norway and the Norwegian League, looking at the Belgian League, and looking at more of the Greek League. That's been fun. The Greek League's been fun. I think the Czech League and this is going to be fun. The Austrian League is going to be fun. No, well, look, FIFA, the FIFA series of games, obviously EA Sports or EA Games, which own EA Sports, and FIFA, obviously they fell out over licensing and who got what money from what. But the game itself, that game franchise, I think, ran its course some time ago. Yeah, people keep buying it. It's not that great. It's not that great. You've got the League of Ireland and you've got the Irish League. You've got the Irish Premier League and the League of Ireland, because one's in Northern Ireland, one's in the Republic. And you've got a very interesting situation when it comes to Derry or Londonderry. So Institute play in the Northern Irish League and Derry City play in the Irish League. And that's to do for political reasons. Yeah. So that's an interesting one. Yeah, it is an interesting one. But you've got the Danske Premiership and you've got the League of Ireland. They're very, very interesting. There's a lot of politics behind the FIA and the FANI. Very interesting politically, because all other sports in Ireland have a unified island of Ireland. So when it comes to rugby league, rugby union, cricket, when it comes to the team sports, it's Ireland. It's all Ireland. When it comes to football, you've got the border comes in and gets interesting. No, because you'll have car bombs going off all the time and pipe bombs and sectarianism. There's a reason they have their own league. Republic have their own league. I don't understand why people go, oh, we must have an all. This is where this British Super League idea died very, very quickly, because the idea was muted in the 60s, and then I think the Troubles happened. And there was a lot of bombs going off around places like Belfast and Derry, Londonderry, and then bombs going off on mainland of the UK, in Wales and England and Scotland. There was a thing called paramilitary. The blokes going around with balaclavas telling people to get the fuck out of their pub. Happened a lot. And it wasn't just in the UK. It was also in Spain and France and Germany and Italy. A lot of blokes would walk into a bar and tell you to fuck off, and they'd be wearing a balaclava and have an AK-47 and a car bomb outside, and you would generally do as they said, really. There was a lot of political terrorism across Europe in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and into the 90s. Very quickly, it was realised. It was like when Wimbledon Football Club became MK Dons. The Labour government wanted to put a team in Belfast, and they wanted to put Wimbledon in Belfast. And they were thinking about having in the 90s a British Super League. And then very quickly, people said two things. One, think of the damage it would do to the clubs in Northern Ireland. And two, it's not a good idea, because it's not. for a variety of reasons. And very, very quickly, because these files were released over the last couple of years about what every 25 years, the Official Secrets Act, you can release files. And 25 to 30 years. And these are state documents. And this is where politics and sport is bad. Mate. So Tony Blair wanted to put Wimbledon Football Club in Belfast. In the end, they ended up as MK Dons, but they weren't the only club potentially, because this was part of the Good Friday Agreement and the peace process, which he took credit for, even though John Major started it. But that's a Tony Blair thing. Well, imagine putting the Manchester Derby and the Old Firm on at the same time. Well, that would be a bad idea for TV as well as security purposes. It wouldn't work. I wonder which to watch. Both at 3 p.m. I haven't seen an Old Firm match for a while. Tough choice. Again, the TV audience would be quite split, which is not good when you want to maximise your TV audience for certain games, which is why we have staggered kickoffs and changed kickoffs. And the policing would be a nightmare. You will have some of the biggest police forces putting most of their officers on at the same time, and that's just, yeah. Or just imagine Rangers and Celtic both playing away days in London or Manchester or Liverpool at the same time. It would be a nightmare. Oh yeah, the Old Firm one, miles one. I'm a United fan, so I don't got to cheat. Yeah. Look, as I say, I think a British Super League was thought about in the 60s. And what has now transpired in recent months with the Tony Blair government era and the Official Secrets Act and those expiration of 25 years and releasing documents to the public domain, there was a political idea in Westminster to have a British Super League involving clubs from Northern Ireland, Scotland. This is where the Celtic and Rangers thing was. There was rumours circulating, but let's leave that as is. Yeah, Newcastle. Yeah, I know. Again, police. This must be ripping. Police forces must rip their hair out, and security forces must rip their hair out, especially if you've got a very controversial match. Let's say hypothetically, UEFA decide to bring the Cup Winners' Cup back. And of course, with the political tensions surrounding a lot of things, including in Northern Ireland, Republic of Ireland, and the rest of Europe, let's say, hypothetically, European competition. Let's say a club from, let's say, Institute, who are the Protestant club in Londonderry or Derry, and Derry City, who play in the Irish League, and Institute play in the Northern Irish League. Let's hypothetically say this. Let's say they were to meet in a competitive European match, hypothetically, and they were drawn together. The security forces would have a nightmare because not only the risk of rioting and hooliganism, but terrorism. That would literally be behind closed doors. No fans in attendance. That would have to happen. That's over 2 games if they were in the group stage, or even home and away legs and knockouts. This is what I don't think. When these ideas of a British and Irish Super League back in the 60s or a European Super League now, there are some massive political concerns, ironically. There is heightened tensions in parts of Europe at the moment. And it doesn't always end well when there's political interference in professional sport. It doesn't end well. Oh, you couldn't. Yeah, that's been thought about before as well. And yes, we've obviously got English and Welsh clubs compete for the FA Cup, and Scottish clubs have made the final before, and there is that history element to it. But there's a bit more to it than just religion. There is politics as well. A lot of Celtic fans are SNP voters and want Celtic to be, and there's also and a lot of Rangers fans are linked to Combat 18, which is a far right paramilitary organisation. So there's a bit more to it than just politics. There is a social element. There is a religious element. There's also division within, because Celtic, there are certain parts of Glasgow that are more Catholic based anyway, and there's certain bits of Glasgow that are more Protestant. And this is where Partick and Clyde are quite interesting as clubs. Um, and Queen's Park is their non-sectarian aspects, especially Partick make a big thing about it. Partick is the third biggest club in Glasgow for fan base, and they make a big thing where leave your politics and your religion at the door and get behind the club. So they are very interesting, where you'll have Catholic and Protestant supporters standing shoulder to shoulder who dislike Celtic and Rangers passionately, very passionately. They come from the mixed Glaswegian communities, where there isn't a dominant Protestant or Catholic kind of aspect to their areas, and they very, very publicly say sectarianism isn't welcome. And so their hatred of Rangers and Celtic probably is more intense than Celtic and Rangers' hatred of each other. Yeah, it will be. They've got the ugliest away jerseys, the ugliest alternate away jerseys ever. I think they've produced the ugliest jersey ever. They've got the scariest mascot I've ever seen. Yeah, they're an underrated club. They're a cool club. Well, so Alex did play for Rangers, so he was a Protestant. I think he married a Catholic, which didn't go down so well. When he was playing for Rangers, you had to be a Protestant. You couldn't be a Catholic. They had a ban on Catholic players until, I believe it was the late 80s. And no Catholic players were signed until the 90s. Whereas Celtic got rid of that a bit earlier. It's the same with Hibs and Hearts and Dundee and Dundee United. There was everyone goes, the sectarian problem is Celtic and Rangers. It really isn't. It really. I even basically had to school a guy who claimed he was a Hearts fan, and he was from Edinburgh and he was very posh. Basically, he came across as the campest, posh Scotsman I've ever met, and he really had no clue about the sectarian element to his club's foundation in Edinburgh. And he claimed, he goes, there's no sectarianism between Hearts and Hibs. I went, you are taking the piss, right? And I'm trying to do a very camp Scottish. I can't do it. But basically, there's this lad. I've never seen him since. He was in my mate's pub, which has now since closed down. But this guy tried to basically tell me that there's no sectarian element between Hibs and Hearts, and I was like, do you know what Hibernian is, right? And I slightly defeated his argument by basically going on YouTube and finding a Hibs Hearts Cup final. I think was it a cup final or I think it was a cup final they both played, or a league match which someone had recorded, and I just said, and listen to that. Yes, there was some chanting of a sectarian nature. And then what stunned me even more was when I was working at my old depot for a different company that I work for now in a different council. And for those who are new, I'm a bin man. I had a lad with me, Simon, who's a friend of mine, and he's a Spurs fan, so obviously. But our driver at the time was a Rangers fan, and he was very Scottish. He was very Glaswegian, pal. And he decided to put a CD in the radio, and he's parked right outside a Catholic church, and he played a sectarian song, a very, very Protestant sectarian song that has been known to cause more than just riots. I basically said to Simon, we're getting out the cab now. I'm going to give you a little lesson in what has just happened, which is incitement to hatred, which is very, very illegal. and uh, and yeah, I had to basically explain to a 25-year-old bloke what sectarianism, um, and he was like, "Oh, so." I went, "You have no idea." He went, "No," and I think this is something that is a big problem in Scottish football. I'm very, very glad of the Scottish subscribers that I have. That I've got subscribers who are fans of all the Scottish clubs. I know that. I know I've got a lot of Scottish viewers and subscribers, and it's not just Celtic and Rangers. They openly criticise and condemn the sectarian nature of not just Rangers and Celtic, but Hibs, Hearts. Not so much Dundee and Dundee United these days, but there are other clubs, and they openly condemn the sectarian nature of football culture in Scotland, which is a good. I'm really. I find that quite humbling and quite a good sign, I think, for the future. Yeah, Hibs is Catholic. Yep, Hibs and Dundee are very Catholic. Dundee not so much these days. I think it's Dundee. It might be Dundee. No, it is Dundee. Dundee's the Catholic one by foundation, but not so much these days. But you know, I find it a positive that every Scottish subscriber and viewer that I have who's left comments and been in the chats, and some of my moderators are Scottish, are very, very openly saying we do not tolerate the sectarian nature of we want it gone, which gives me hope for the future. But with how things are going across the Irish Sea and how things are going in parts of Scotland, I have concerns that the is still an issue. You would like to see some other clubs back in the top flight, like Dunfermline. Yeah, it would be nice to see Cali Thistle back in the top flight, and things like that. I've got a friend who's a Dunfermline fan. I've got a friend who's an Inverness Cali Thistle fan. So yeah, there is that. And I've come across quite a few St Johnstone and St Mirren fans over me time. I have come across. This is what I find really interesting is spending the amount of time that I have in places like Birmingham and London, these bigger cities, with many multinational companies and diverse populations. You do come across communities from other parts of the world, and they bring their fandom of their clubs with them, and that includes some, people who've moved from other parts of the UK for work or for education, who've ended up staying. So university students who've come for education ended up staying, got a job locally. They end up staying where they've gone to university, and they take their fandom of their football club with them, or rugby league club, or rugby union club, or whatever sport it is. They take their fandom with them. They may meet like-minded people who might follow the same sport at university, and then suddenly you get this sort of fan club and community aspect where you'll go into a bar or a restaurant or a pub, and you've got various sports things all adorning the pub or bar. I have come across one or two Ross County fans on social media on the channel, and come across a couple in real life. Yes, a lot of Scottish people, predominantly in the energy industry, have migrated their way further south and to the east coast, and a lot of them have ended up working for the energy industry in like British Gas and the oil companies and gas firms. A lot of them have headquarters in London, and down in Dorset, ironically, there is an oil and gas drilling actually on near the Jurassic coast, just inland. You'll go along the Dorset coast, and a few hundred meters inland, sometimes about 5. You'll see the oil donkeys doing this, like the stereotypical Texas oil fields. You'll see the oil donkeys pumping the oil out of the shale deposits in the Jurassic Coast, down in Dorset and into Devon. You will see them. There's not many. There's some, but there's some oil. There's a lot of oil underneath Dorset and Devon along the Jurassic Coast, and because that's energy extraction, resource extraction, a lot of Northerners and Scots have ended up down there as well. Guess the average attendance, and it's about 300-400, isn't it, for the New Saints? We've discussed this before. It's about 300 or 400 fans for the New Saints, and because they play in such a small village, a Westbury, as their home ground, they're not going to have a big catchment area, especially as Shrewsbury Town are only up the road, and Wrexham are just down the road in regards to big football league clubs that are quite well supported with established fan bases, which really eats into their catchment area. Plus, they're playing in the English league system, so they get more attention and more focus. But yes, I have come across fans of clubs like from Scotland, in Greater London and in the West Country, when I've travelled to the West Country or around Greater London, the home counties, because a lot of the energy firms have their headquarters in London. Yeah, again, Tommy, I mean, look, the Welsh League, as we've discussed so many times, doesn't have the money or the infrastructure and doesn't have the talent pool, because outside of the major urban areas in the southeast of Wales, there's nothing. What my thoughts about the ground looks good, but I'm surprised that Everton didn't decide to do what Liverpool have done, Manchester United have done, and other clubs have done, and built in place and refurbed in place at Goodison. If they had done that over a longer period of time and just upgraded Goodison, it actually would have saved them a lot of money, and kept them more where they are. Everton have screwed themselves. They're in real trouble. I can see Everton administration very soon. Very soon. The potential takeovers hit the skids. The 777 partnership. There's a lot going on with that. They are a massive club. Yes, people do forget this is one of the most successful clubs in English footballing history. But it's gone horribly wrong. They're in serious trouble. Serious trouble. And younger fans in Liverpool, it used to be a 50-50 split. At one point, Everton were the bigger club. But when I was a kid growing up in the 90s, it was a 50-50 split in the city between the blue half and the red half. And for the most part, it was a friendly rivalry, but there was a bit of intensity occasionally between certain fan groups of the two clubs. But now it's 2/3 of the red, 1/3 is blue. And the balance where younger fans now are seeing all this success and positivity Liverpool have had, and the lack of success since 1995 that Everton have had. And, they're choosing with their feet. Young kids, they might have an older brother or a parent who's an Everton fan, but they want the red kit. And you will see that. It's the same in Dundee. With Dundee and Dundee United, you may have one brother who's a Dundee United fan and one who's a Dundee fan. And so that does have an impact. It does have an impact when you're in a two. The thing is, Bristol, for example, you are either a Rovers fan or a City fan. There is no your brother's one. You are one or the other. Otherwise, you're in the wrong neighbourhood. You're not getting out of that street alive. I'm not joking. But when you've got a city where the two clubs have got a shared history with both having played at Anfield. Everton used to own Anfield and sold it to Liverpool, and the fact they're both from the same district in the city and they've got just a park in between them, you're going to have shared family loyalties in a way. Yeah, Everton. They're in trouble. They've got a strong fan base, very large fan base. I have no doubt that they will sell out the new stadium with the fans they have, and some easily, just in the city of Liverpool alone. Um, but the way they're trending, and they do have these off-field issues financially, I can see administration within the next 2 to 3 years. I could see them potentially Tranmere being the second biggest club in Merseyside by the end of the decade, in regards to where they are in the league, and league position, etc. I can see Tranmere overtaking them in the Birkenhead in the middle, Birkenhead, and Tranmere have a decent sized fan base, and Everton are trending downwards, and Tranmere are slowly trending upwards. And if Everton do hit real financial difficulty, Tranmere could overtake them. Well, why do I think Leeds? Because it's a multi-sport city. Rugby league is bigger in Leeds. Rugby league's bigger. Ice hockey starting to grow in Leeds, and of course you've got cricket. While Leeds United are a very successful club historically, their period of success is very, very short. Whereas the Leeds Rhinos Rugby League club, their success has been more consistent. It's an interesting one. It's a multi-sport, same as Bradford, multi-sport city. And the rugby league team is more successful than the football team. Even though the football team's got a fantastic fan base, large fan base, passionate fan base, for whatever reason, it's just one football club, one rugby league club, one rugby union club, one ice hockey club, and of course the county cricket club, and that's it. That's how it works. It's one of everything, and in part it's because of the battle between rugby league and football in the early days, which divided sports fans in leagues. You're either a league fan or a football fan. You're not both. Historically, and that's a bit more different now, but you're either one or the other. You're not both. Bradford, yeah, you've got Bradford Park Avenue and AFC Bradford City. Yes, you do have the two clubs, but they're in drastically different positions. One's been in the top flight, won the FA Cup, one hasn't. So, being honest there. Yes, technically Stoke is an interesting one because Port Vale isn't technically in Stoke, but it is in Stoke, but it wasn't in Stoke. There were two separate settlements, but that's a whole. I've done videos on both, and Port Vale is the only football club in the Football League that doesn't actually have a place name in its history or in its actual name. So, watch the club history of Port Vale. Robbie Williams is Port Vale's most famous fan. Varsley Celtic will not do much, in my opinion. Is it in Bradford? Is it in Leeds? Well, you've got Dewsbury in the middle. Is it in Dewsbury? But Bradford and Leeds are almost one big metro area now. They're two separate cities, but the gap in between where Dewsbury is getting smaller because the two cities have expanded out. And it's going to become a point where Leeds and Bradford just merge into a blob of disappointment and cheap tobacco, disappointment, and unemployment. Yeah. But no, yeah. There are some interesting non-league clubs to look at, as I said, when I do the more club histories. But I want to focus some more on some of the European leagues. Yeah, Port Vale's got a solid fan base. Yeah, so is Notts County. Notts County have got a very solid fan base in the city of Nottingham as well. which is very interesting. The least success, the depth, we've discussed this, the depth is ridiculous. We've got more depth than we can cope with in the footballing pyramid. We've got more depth than we can cope with for the population size. We've got more professional football clubs than North America has professional ice hockey, and that's in 2 countries, Canada and the US. So it's just no. Oxford has 2 teams. You've got Oxford United and Oxford City. Oxford United and Oxford City. Peterborough's got 2 teams. Crikey. Technically, Reading at one point had 3 teams. They now have 2. It's just interesting how it's worked out. No, Peterborough's got 2. There's some interesting, as I say, interesting things to look at in regards to cities or towns that have more than 1 club. So you've got Bristol, Stoke, Sheffield, Nottingham, Liverpool, Manchester. Technically, you could class Gateshead and South Shields and Newcastle as 3 in one city, technically. Edinburgh got 3. Dundee have got 2. Glasgow got 5. If you count Clyde as technically being a Glaswegian club. That's insane, that is. Birmingham, technically, if you class West Brom as Birmingham rather than Warwickshire, you technically have 3. Technically have 4 if you count Solihull Moors. Because Walsall and Wolverhampton are over the M6. Wow, I mean, we're really... And then you look at Greater London. Just ridiculous. Sutton United get relegated, Bromley get promoted, so they haven't lost a club from the Football League in numbers. That is ridiculous. That is absolutely mad how many clubs are in Greater London that are pro or semi-pro in the top 7 tiers of English football. It's ridiculous. You could have your own league system. You could actually have your own. You could have your own league system, yes. Out of Greater London, you could have your own league system on its own, and probably have your own national team on its own, with players who were born in London. It's just, or a parent who was born in London. It's just ridiculous. I'm trying to think of some other places that have. I think I've covered all the places that have got 2 professional teams or more. I think Bradford, obviously. Berwick is one of those places that's a border town, border city. It's going to have a weird culture and a weird sporting culture to it. Middlesbrough's got the 1. Sunderland's got the 1. Hartlepool's got the 1. Hull's interesting because it's got 2 rugby league clubs in the same city, Hull and Hull KR. So that's a multi-team city in the same sport. That's a weird one. Hull is a weird one. They've got 1 football club but 2 rugby league clubs. That's a very interesting. We've got Hull FC, Hull City, and Hull KR. Hull's a very interesting city when it comes to sport. Yes, that is correct. Norwich and Ipswich are the only fully professional clubs in Suffolk and Norfolk. Yes, that's a very... East Anglia is weird, but then you could class, Lincoln City. There's another one. Lincolnshire hasn't got a league. You've got Lincoln City, Norwich City, and Ipswich Town. And then the next best below that is Kings Lynn, yes. There's not a lot really going on in East Anglia. It's a very flat place. Very flat. Not a lot of hills. It's very interesting. From Ipswich to Lincoln, yeah. Boston United yes, technically yes, but they sort of not Yeah, Boston. I've got to do a video on Boston United because they had their financial irregularities that make for very, very interesting reading and research. And they had a very short. They were only in the Football League for a couple of seasons. They weren't in the Football League very long, and that's when they were fiddling the books. People actually went to prison for that and got lengthy bans because of that, which is really interesting. Boston United's financial off-field misdeeds make what Juventus have done over many, many years, and the Calciopoli looked like child's play. Boston United properly, industrially were fiddling the books, and it's definitely worth a video on its own. But then when we do their club history, that's going to be the main bit of their club history is their financial irregularities, which was what it was known as at the time. And you couldn't make up what was going on at Boston United. Really, it's farcical what was actually going on at the time. It was really, really bizarre. Boston yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it is. It is weird that people automatically think of the US when Boston gets mentioned because of the Boston in Massachusetts. I'm just looking at some of my channel data and stuff. It's really interesting because some of my older videos are suddenly getting a lot of views, and I just find it really interesting that some of the older videos on the channel are starting to get views, which is I just find weird. That a video I did back in 2018 is suddenly getting views today, and suddenly a lot of views today. Suddenly out of nowhere, hundreds of views on this video that A, I don't like very much, and B, is an old video. Suddenly people are watching. Some counties are the only team, like Hereford. Yeah, that is true. That is very true. That one team that sticks out as a team in the non-legal football league. Yeah. Tamworth, that's Staffordshire. I think Tamworth is Tamworth in Staffordshire, or is it? I can't know. I know it's in the North Midlands. Tamworth. No, Rutland has nothing. Rutland is the smallest historical county. There's an artificial lake called Rutland Water, which is the biggest thing there, and 2 railway stations, and that's it. And Uppingham, which is the county town, which is the size of a large village, small town. It's just nothing there, just nothing. Let's have a look at Rutland. I actually want to see if there's actually any sports teams in Rutland, because there's not a lot. It's not too far from Loughborough, if I remember correctly, but there's not a lot there. Let's have a look at Rutland. Rutland, sometimes called Rutlandshire. It's in the East Midlands. It borders Leicestershire, so it's not that far from Leicester, and a few other places in Leicestershire. But Leicestershire doesn't have a lot. So Leicestershire is to the north and west, Lincolnshire to the north and east, Northamptonshire to the south and west, and Oakham is the largest town. And it's only got 41,151 residents. Somerset's technically no, because Bath and both Bristol clubs would technically come under Somerset and Avon, but Somerset. Historically, Bristol and Bath are part of Somerset. Just point that one out there. So it's the second smallest ceremonial county population-wise after the city of London. The county is rural. Only 2 towns are Oakham and Uppingham. Oakham has 12,149. Uppingham has 4,745. Both are in the west. The largest settlement in the east is a place called Ketton. It is the smallest county historically in England. Right. So let's have a look at if there's any sports teams in. Oh, where is it? Oakham. That's what we're after. Oakham is a market town and civil parish in Rutland. It's a county town. It's 25 miles east of Leicester. It's 28 miles southeast of Nottingham, and it's 23 miles northwest of Peterborough. Okay, interesting. There's not a lot in Rutland, really. There's really not a lot. Sports and recreation. Oakham United. There you go. Won the Peterborough and District Football League in 2015. Gained promotion to the United Counties League First Division. It currently plays in the Peterborough and District League Premier Division. Oakham Rugby Football Club plays in the Rutland Showground. So Oakham United, let's have a look. Oakham United is a football club based in Barleythorpe, Oakham. The club competes in the Peterborough District League. It's an FA accredited football club affiliated to the Leicester and Rutland County FA. Founded in 2011, its ground is the Lonsdale Meadow Main Road, Barleythorpe. The capacity of the ground is 1,000, proper non-league that is. And they finished 12th out of 16th. Oh my God, their football colours are hideous. Orange shirts, green shorts, yellow socks. Their away kit is orange shirts, yellow shorts, green socks. That's grim. That is. Club was founded in 2011 as a merger between two clubs, the Rutland Rangers and Oakham Imperial, and played in the Peterborough Premier League. They won the Peterborough District Football League Premier Division and the President's Premier Shield, and they were promoted to United Counties League Division 1. They finished 12th, having got 47 points. They finished runners-up in the Leicestershire and Rutland Senior Cup. The club also quit the FA Vase for the first time, but they lost in the qualifying round, losing to Shirebrook Town. There we go. They improved past. They finished, and they got relegated back to the Peterborough District in 2017-2018. They have a really bad stuff. No, we don't want to talk about their stadium. Right, okay. So there's that. That's Oakham. And then you have Uppingham. Let's see if Uppingham have got a football club. Sport. Uppingham plays host to a number of sports, in particular football, where Uppingham Town FC play their games at Todd's Piece. Uppingham Town. Wow. Shit. Okay. So Uppingham Town FC play their games at Todd's Piece. That's their ground. Around the county. So Kent, Gillingham, Surrey, Woking. Yeah, there's not a lot really going on sports-wise in some counties, is there? Really isn't, actually. Although, is Dorking Sussex or is that Surrey? That's an interesting one. Right, so we've had a look at Rutland. Not a lot going on there. Right. That is horrendous. That is absolutely horrendous. Wow. Rutland was the last county in England without a Mackie D's until that changed in 2020. And the restaurant opened in Oakham on the 4th of November 2020. Wow. The last county without a Mackie D's. That was, wow. Okay, so we've looked at sport in Rutland. Wow, that's really sad. I like the way we're going off and we're now discussing like random, like, what's happening here? Let's have a look at the local football club. But yeah, I'm surprised Oakham actually have a football club. And Uppingham as well. That's just mad. Dorking as well. Essex. Essex is interesting because you've got Southend, Dagenham and Redbridge, technically, historically. Canvey Island. There's a couple of clubs on Canvey Island, actually. It's 2 clubs. But Southend United is a very interesting club with their them now being in the non-league and Roots Hall being the biggest stadium in the non-league is mad. Braintree Town, yeah, Southend, Colchester, Chelmsford. Hashtag United. I mean, how are they still going? That's a joke. Hashtag United are a joke. That's mad. Barkham. Yeah, Essex is interesting because of the spread of London. Chelmsford just can't get into the National League. Yeah. Always near. Wow, the fact that Colchester and Southend were both in the Championship, that's crazy. Look what they are now. That's insane. That is insane. But this is how crazy the Football League pyramid is. I mean, Oldham Athletic are the only ex-Premier League club now in the non-league. I mean, you look at Swindon and Bradford. Bradford City are both ex-Premier League clubs. Barnsley's an ex-Premier League club. Look what they are. You couldn't make this up. You generally couldn't. I think Luton Town were the first former League Cup winner to end up in the non-league. Oxford United ended up in the non-league. They were the second League Cup winner to do that. And Swindon Town nearly did it. It just shows how crazy the football pyramid is. How quickly you can go from, like in Leeds' case, they were in a Champions League semi-final, 4 or 5 seasons before that season. It just shows how mad, as I say, football is. Yes, I remember that defeat to Histon in the FA Cup. I really do. But it was like Leicester losing to Wycombe Wanderers in the FA Cup quarter-final, and then a season later they're relegated out of the Premier League. There are turning points where you know things are going wrong, and it's going one way. There's a few in Hertfordshire, but Watford, Boreham Wood, and Chesham, Potters Bar, St Albans, and many more. Yeah, again, you'll be surprised how many football clubs there actually are in England when you really look at it. And some areas have more than others that are notable, for example. Yeah, Watford aren't. This is where a lot of Americanization, when I say that, Americanization to the American audience to basically simplify things. Watford will have fans from Greater London that support Watford. The problem is the proximity of Watford to London. When you're trying to sell the game overseas, you want to simplify it. A lot of Americans don't have the best grasp of geography outside of their home state. They follow signs on the interstate. They don't know what geography actually is. And so to simplify it, a lot of Americans think we all live in London and we all talk, not like this, but talk very posh, you see, and all have bad teeth. Without, they are. You say that, but they all think we all live in London. We all know the royal family, and we all talk to the prime minister. It's just as it is. I think social media is opening the eyes to Americans to how, we have places like when it's like Carlisle United, for example, and Plymouth Argyle. I think that is the longest football league away day. Even though I think they're in different leagues, but that would be the longest away day, I think, in the Football League pyramid. Potentially Plymouth Argyle to Newcastle United, something like that, if that was an FA Cup thing. Yeah, look, MK. I mean, Christ. Yes. Again, I wouldn't say it's that close to London. I mean, I think it's about a similar distance from London as Cambridge and Peterborough. But let's not get into the intricacies and debates about that. But get back on point. When we're discussing to the American audience, and this is the Americanization of our sport, we dumb it down. There's no disrespect to those American fans who watch the channel and are really asking the right questions and wanting to learn and absorb as much information as possible. I'm not saying American fans are thick, but in general, obviously, when you have London Stansted, London Luton, London Southend airports, London Gatwick, and they're not actually in London. It is Heathrow. Half of Heathrow is not actually in Greater London, by the way. It gives an impression that London's bigger than it actually is. And then they think Manchester and Bristol, Birmingham, like a lot closer to London than they actually are. And they're really surprised by actually there's a bit of distance. And then you're in another big metro area. But to them, that's an average commute for some Americans, the super commuters. Yes, their country's a lot bigger, yes, yada, yada, yada. But when like you're discussing British, I think a lot of American sports fans, and I will say this about sports fans, they're opening their eyes and they're learning more about society and geography in these countries through sport. This is where sport is a good medium for breaking down barriers and opening people's, opening people to the world. Sport is a great tool for breaking down social barriers and cultural barriers. And this channel is a prime example. Some of my long-term subscribers are from North America. A lot of them are from Canada, but I've got a lot of viewers in the US, and a lot of them stumbled across the channel because they wanted to learn more about predominantly football, our version of football, but also they wanted to learn about rugby union. They wanted to learn about rugby league. Ironically, more of them now want to learn about cricket, which, and again, that I find that really interesting. That a lot of Americans want to learn more about cricket, and sport is a way of doing that. And they are stumbling across channels like this because we're talking about football club histories. We're talking about how a club is formed and we, the history behind it and their successes, their failures, their good points, their low points, their rivalries, what it means, when their most successful period was, why the club hasn't been successful, all this kind of stuff. And they're willing to learn more. And I think social media has helped with that. I think this is the positives of some of the TV deals that are in place, which we can all agree or disagree with and have our views on how much they cost and things like that. But it's an interesting one. Are all the London derbies that important? The West London derbies, I think, are just as important as the North London derby, as much as the East London derby or the South London derby. I think they are. It's a local rival. At the moment, with how the league finished last season, Arsenal are the top club in London at the moment, and historically are the most successful London club. I think more successful than Chelsea. They started winning earlier, and they're still competing and battling for. They've won silverware with Arteta as manager. So yeah, in that respect, I think at the moment Arsenal are the top club in London. Who comes second? That's interesting. West Ham have the most recent club in London to win silverware last year. And then, you've got a lot of clubs in West London. So you've got Fulham, Chelsea, Brentford, and QPR, all within a handful of miles of each other. And then you've got Palace and Charlton and Millwall, West Ham, Leyton Orient. You see what now you've got Bromley in there, which is not that far from West Ham and Leyton Orient. So you suddenly Dagenham and Redbridge, you've got Sutton United. You're starting to see where I'm getting at here. So there's a lot to it. So at the moment, I think London are the top dogs in London at the moment for where they're finishing in the league, how they're playing in the league. Chelsea are all over the place. Spurs are all over the place. West Ham have just decided to basically sack their manager. after a disappointing second half of the season. It's all a bit. You've got Wimbledon in there. It's a very interesting dynamic with the clubs in London. Very interesting dynamic. Where the clubs are at, and the history of each club, and Charlton, they're not a bad side. They're not a bad side at all. Charlton, they're quite good. They're quite a decent side actually. They've hit some harder times as of late, but they're not a bad team. But it's London is such an interesting city when it comes to their professional. They've got more professional clubs than any other city in the world. You look at all the other major cities, not just in Europe, but around the world, they cannot sustain that many professional teams. That is how ridiculous London is. Because not only do they have fans in the cities that they play in the city of London, they've got catchment areas outside. It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. I cannot think of another football or even sporting league system other than Sydney in Australia and Melbourne, where you've got that many professional and semi-pro clubs playing the same sport. Cannot think of. So rugby league in Sydney and Aussie rules in Melbourne, where you come even close to the same kind of player base, club base, and fan bases. I cannot fathom it. Maybe Buenos Aires in Argentina, potentially. Maybe Rio and Sao Paulo in Brazil at a push. When it comes to looking at the professional clubs and the depth of them and the how long does it take? It's a lot quicker now with the Elizabeth line as part of the London TFL network. There's sort of semi-underground, semi-overground, but it's not quite both. It's sort of overground, sort of underground. So it's one of the four TFL lines. Or because you've got the London Tube, which is the London Underground, which has all the various lines. Then you've got the DLR, Docklands Light Railway, and the various lines there. Then you've got London Overground, and then you've got the Jubilee Elizabeth line. It's not technically tube, but it's not technically all fully overground. So it's overground to a point, and then it's underground, then it's overground again. So you've got the four TFL franchises basically, which is London Underground, London Overground, Jubilee Elizabeth Line, and the DLR. There you go. Which are all run by TFL, but they're technically four departments of TFL, four different types of rolling stock. It's a lot quicker now. You can go from West Drayton to Abbey Wood, kind of, I'm going to say 45 minutes to an hour. You can do it now in an hour and a half, if that. So, yeah. It's a lot quicker now than what it was. Any club in London could attract decent, but yeah, absolutely. Because you've got a lot of fans and a lot of Londoners have moved outside of London because it's just got so expensive. And they've moved outside for work or because it's cheaper, and your money goes further in cost of living. And so that then breeds the next generation of fans when those fans get married, have kids. Their kids are gonna want to support dad or mum's team, and it sort of goes from there. Dulwich Hamlet, yeah, Dulwich Hamlet have got a decent size fan base, and they're a bit of a cult club, yes. That is a known fact, yes. I want to see what league they play now because obviously these are the league realignments. It's gonna be. I might actually do a video on Dulwich Hamlet actually. Oh look! Suddenly my phone is picking up what we're saying. Wow, they've dropped down. They were in the National League system a couple of seasons ago. They've dropped down. That's interesting. What all the clubs in Great? I could do uh, I could do that. Yes, their colours, Jesus, pink and purple and blue. Oh no, I'm not keen on their kit. Jesus, that is an ugly kit. I will say that is an ugly, ugly kit. 1893 by Lorraine Parr Wilson. What a name! Founder members of the Dulwich League. They joined the Eastman League, Spartan League. They've won the FA Amateur Cup at the Old Den in Millwall. Wow. They've won the FA 7-1 against Marine in the FA Amateur Cup final in 31-32. Wow. They've won the FA Amateur Cup. Let me have a look at this. Honours. Wow. They've won the FA Amateur Cup 4 times. That's interesting. Wow. They've got. Oh, they've got a decent stand. They've got a decent stay at Champion Hill. That's interesting. Wow, okay. During the 1920s, right, the club had 2 players capped by the full England team. Bert Coleman was the first, and Edgar Cale was the second. Cale was the last amateur player to play for England while solely with an amateur club. And he stayed with Dulwich Hamlet, where he scored over 400 goals. Wow, that's mad. Won caps against France, Belgium, and Spain. Wow, that's really interesting. Now, that is something you can definitely do a club history of, Dulwich Hamlet. Right. Some clubs in London, when you say work together, they merge. So Dagenham and Redbridge merged together to survive. Hayes and Yeading merged together to survive. And Hampton and Richmond merged together to survive because this isn't the money. This is where I think we have too many football clubs, basically. But some of these clubs would be better served just being junior clubs and being feeder clubs for clubs higher up into the senior level. But yeah, generally interested to know what any fans of Wembley FC. Yeah, I mean, it gets interesting when, like, especially like Queen's Park, for example, playing at Hampden Park, when like you're overshadowed. Like it's like Twickenham, right, where you've got Harlequins play at the Stoop, and then across the roads, Twickenham. It must be really interesting being a fan of and a player of a club like that, of a team like that, when your national stadium is literally there of the sport you're playing. That's got to be a bit mental. But I've never thought to ask. Moscow have a lot of clubs playing the top flight. Yes, but Moscow is a bigger city than London. Yeah, Moscow. Moscow is a very interesting city. It's got a bigger urban city population than London, but a smaller metro size. If that makes sense. So London's metro includes a lot of the home counties, which is why I think is it a third of the UK's population lives within an hour and a half of the centre of Greater London, whereas Moscow have a bigger urban but their metro population, but their metro is smaller. There you go. That's how it's defined. Where will Leicester finish? It depends if you get your punishment for breaching Premier League spending rules and how big your punishment is. Potentially, you could stay up and do decently, but again, you have a potential of a points deduction. Right, not more than in London, but I think there's more clubs in Moscow than the ones named. But bearing in mind, all these clubs were formed during the Soviet era, so they've all got links to the former Soviet government. So CSKA, Lokomotiv, Dynamo, Spartak, they're all industry clubs, basically. How big do you think the punishment will be? Is it bigger than your really? Gareth Alex Bailey. Okay. Um, Eight out of 22 in the football top flight were from the. Yeah, I can see at some point um, in regards to the London in the football league or the Premier League, I could see potentially if QPR can get sorted, and if I don't know, I'm trying to think of some other and clubs like let's say Leighton Orient can and Charlton, for example, can get a bit more stability and ownership and a bit more funding and ownership, then potentially you could have over half the Premier League. In theory, if some of the London clubs could get their act together again, making it into Millwall's not without the realms of possibility. So yeah, it's not without the realms of possibility that if Millwall or Charlton, Leighton Orient, QPR, for example, if they were actually to get in the right direction, and that does mean a bit financially as well and a bit of investment, especially QPR have been and Charlton obviously have had their moments in the top flight. But if they were to get the right direction, it is plausible you could have more than half the Premier League as London-based clubs. Yes, it's plausible you could have over half. In theory, yes. Whether that's good for the league or not, I don't know. Whether that's good for English football or not, I don't know. Having one city so dominant in regards to the percentage of a league. But then you look at the football league structure, and you look how many clubs are from Greater London in the football league, and then into the non-league. Bromley have just got promoted, and Sutton United have just got relegated. So it's the same amount of clubs in the football league and Premier League are London-based clubs. It's just one's gone relegated and one's got promoted. So in that regard, in my opinion, it's an interesting one. You could have a quarter of the football league in theory London-based clubs. That wouldn't be out of the realms of possibility. Maybe a third of the football league could, in theory, be London-based clubs if promotions go certain ways, or failing that, certain clubs get their act together financially and stability-wise, and give a manager time and get their act together with ownership stability. So right now it's 13, but I could see over 20 at some point, potentially more being from London. If Barnet could make a return to the Football League, for example, Wealdstone, Dagenham and Redbridge, the potential is there for Sutton United if they were to bounce back. The potential is there to have about 20, I would say. About 20 or so. It's there. It is there. And then you're talking about what? A quarter, nearly a third of, somewhere in that range. That would be insane if a quarter of the Football League and Premier League combined were from Greater London. That would be mad. But it's very plausible. It's not without the realms of possibility that could happen within the next decade. It's very plausible it could happen within the next decade. Whether that does happen, I mean, it's not, as I say, it's not without the realms of possibility that about 1/5 to a quarter. As I say, you look at the amount of clubs out outside of London are in the Football League and Premier League is a fair, you know. But considering that about a third of the UK's population is actually in Greater London and the surrounding southeast, it makes logical sense that you're going to have that amount of football clubs in the Football League and Premier League and the upper reaches of the non-league, again, from London and the southeast. That's where the population is. I don't eat pucker pies. Have I ever, friend? Jesus Christ. Yeah, Brighton though is Sussex. Brighton is yeah, it's in the southeast, yes, but it's not London. It's fair. Brighton's a fair way south of London. The irony is their biggest rivals are Crystal Palace. I do find that mad. Um, but yeah, no, Brighton's biggest rivals are Crystal Palace. That's a bit insane. I will admit that. Um, but oh, go away. No, I like Brighton. I've been there loads of times. Go away. We're a pain in the arse. God, just got a troll. There's a reason why I set up why I did the channel having like subscriber only kind of chat. So he's gone. Right. Okay. Edit. Bear with me. Customization. Let's make that a little bit longer. True. Croydon did. That is true. I mean, Charlton technically, historically, is part of Kent. Bromley, historically, part of Essex. Barnet, I think, is Hertfordshire. Is it? So yeah, there's parts of Greater London that used to be other counties. Yeah. You could say Wimbledon's technically part. Is it Middlesex or Surrey? One of them. You know, Palace were shooting Eagles. Brighton responded by. Yeah, I mean, there are some interesting club nicknames, and there are some very interesting clubs, as I say, and how they get their nicknames and their colours and it does yeah. I have to admit, some of the club nicknames, some of the not just the nicknames, but the club colours, the club crest. How the clubs came about with their formation stories are quite interesting. There's a lot of interesting subplots. And some clubs have multiple nicknames, which I find very, very interesting as well. Some have, as I say, have multiple nicknames. And did you know Colchester and Wickham have a rivalry? And no, I'm not. I think that again comes down to promotion battles and when they were in the non-league and in the lower leagues and going for promotion and avoiding relegation. That you get some weird rivalries when there's no geographical link or anything like that to the two clubs, where they're actually separated by quite a big geographic. Yeah, that I live on two main roads, and the main road junction is literally just behind my block of flats. Got a major road junction. I live on a major A road and a major B road, and at the moment we've got a lot of roadworks and diversions. So what's happening is they're using the secondary road to avoid, and they're using them. It's just a nightmare. Or the Oysterman, yeah, you could argue it's just better than having U's. Yeah, you could argue that. Uh, but yeah, I think the rivalry there just is more to do with promotion and relegation scraps. Bognor the Rocks, Lewis the Rooks, Horsham the Hornets, Crawley the Red Devils. Shared with, yeah, there's more than one club that's nicknamed the Red Devils, by the way, or the Devils. Uh, there are some really interesting clubs with some really interesting nicknames. That are worth talking about and worth discussing. Absolutely, Wickham have made themselves into an established league club before the 90s. They're not doing much. I work with a Wickham fan, and he goes to a lot of home games. Actually, goes to a lot of home games. I think Wickham. I think it was a mistake letting, or was it? I can't remember if it was Saracens or Wasps used to play their rugby union home matches at Adams Park, and it made the club a fair bit of money actually. Yes, it's still Adams Park. I can't remember was it Wasps or Saracens. One of the clubs, rugby union clubs, used to ground share with Wickham Wanderers, and it made Wickham Wanderers a fair bit of cash actually. It was a very beneficial arrangement that Wickham actually had with the amateur club's still going. The professional club's gone. London Irish, the amateur club's still going. They mothballed, but there's something to do with the takeover of London Irish, and hopefully London Irish can sort of reform as a fully professional club. But again, London Irish, the amateur club's still going. But this is the problem with having so. This is the problem with some of the taking the clubs out of Greater London and move them further away from their traditional homes. London Irish had a good agreement going with Reading ground sharing what was the Medeski, which is now the Select Car Leasing Stadium, and then they went to the Brentford Community Stadium to go back into London. But because they moved out of London so long ago, in the late 90s, early 2000s, and had been ground sharing with Reading for so long, they'd actually established a presence in Berkshire. And going back into West London, it damaged the relationship with the new fan base they had built outside in the home counties, and they hadn't really done enough work with the traditional fan base in West and Southwest London, and it ended up with money problems. Yeah, no, Watford aren't a London club. They're not, but they do have fans from Greater London. Are they? Their catchment area does sort of go into northwest London if you want to be really technical. And yes and no, but they're not a London club because Watford isn't in London. But their fan base, you could argue, does sort of come under great. It's part of the London metro area and the wider metro, which does include. But then you've got a lot of fans of the London clubs don't live in London; they live in the home counties. There's a lot of so a lot of football fans from Essex are West Ham fans. They don't support Southend. They don't support Colchester United. They support West Ham, and they're more than happy to commute into East London to what. Same with Leyton Orient. Same with Leyton Orient. So, and when it comes to clubs like Charlton, for example, a lot of their fans are from Kent. Palace, a lot of their fans are from Sussex and Surrey. Same with Wimbledon. A lot of their fans are from Surrey. And then when you get to clubs like Brentford, Chelsea, Fulham, QPR, that gets a bit messy because they're all so close together, but they've got a lot of fans all around the same with Arsenal and Tottenham. I just got a message coming. But yeah, I've got some sort of Portsmouth fans are from Sussex. A lot are from Hampshire, obviously, and Surrey, because it's just where it is. A lot of Southampton fans are actually from Dorset and Wiltshire. So it gets interesting. Only Fools and Horses, the sitcom reference London clubs, Chelsea, West Ham, Palace, Charlton, Millwall, and Wimbledon. Yeah, because they're based in Peckham, which is South London. So they're based south of the river. And Chelsea's Stamford Bridge is that's sort of the historical definition of the boundaries of what is South London. Because then you're getting across the river then, because Fulham and Chelsea are right on the Thames basically. And that's where those references come from, because Only Fools and Horses is based in South London, Peckham, at Nelson Mandela Tower and Peckham Market. Plymouth. Yeah, you will get Plymouth fans who come from parts of Somerset and parts of Cornwall, and same with Exeter. You'll get fans from Somerset who don't want to support Yeovil. And Lookman. He was born and raised in South London. Got overlooked by the England system. Got overlooked by a lot of clubs. Had a brief attempt in the Football League and Premier League. Didn't work out. Ended up by Leverkusen. Has played in the European final. Oh, he ended up at Atalanta. Sorry, wins a European final, scores a hat trick. And plays for Nigeria now. And he's played in two major finals, an international final and a European final, and was considered a flop and a failure by the non-league and the Football League. But you will get these players like Ricky Lambert, for example, was at Liverpool's academy, got released, was told he wasn't going to make it, and ended up playing for England and playing for Liverpool 15 years later. So it just goes to show, really, that you will get these diamonds in the rough. It's like Jamie Vardy's another one. Grant Holt's another one. They were overlooked. They got released. They actually went into the real world. They had real world problems. Jamie Vardy was on tag at one point. He's got a criminal record. They had day jobs. They went into the non-league. Ended up working their way up the non-league ranks. Turned professional, because a lot of the National League sides are actually fully professional. Got picked up by bigger clubs. In Ricky Lambert's case, he helped Bristol Rovers get back to the Football League. Jamie Vardy's case, I believe was he Sheffield Wednesday or Sheffield United let him go. He ended up at Fleetwood and became the most expensive non-league player in history when he got signed by Leicester, and then the rest is history. Grant Holt, very similar. Did his journeymans around the non-league, gets signed by Norwich, becomes a cult hero and a club legend. So, as I say, you just couldn't make that up. But these guys like Ricky Lambert, I think is and Jamie Vardy and Grant Holt, they're the three. You could also use Ian Wright, but Ian Wright hasn't scored in every level of the Football League and Premier League. He's skipped a couple of leagues out when he went to Palace. Whereas the other three have scored in the non-league and every step of the Football League. So, while Ian Wright was a great player, great non-league player, got his opportunity at Palace at an older age. He was a lot older when he turned professional than the three aforementioned legends of the game. And he skipped out basically Division 2, Division 3, and Division 4. He went straight from non-league to Division 1. Just skipped out 3 levels of the Football League. But the other, Grant Holt, Ricky Lambert, and Jamie Vardy did it the hard way. They actually, did it the hard way in regards to making their way to the top level of the game. And in Jamie Vardy's case, he's got winners' medals. He's won a league and a cup, and he's got winners. And so you can't understate the work rate of these players. These guys ended up living in the real world and doing real world jobs, and ultimately I think it's what makes them more lovable as well. Is there's a bit of going full circle, being told you're not going to make it, being released, going in Jamie Vardy's case, getting in a bit of trouble. Ricky Lambert's case, having to work in a beetroot factory. Jamie Vardy's case, I think he was a scaffolder or a builder. And Grant Holt, I think he was a plumber, I think. So they ended up having to work in the real world, train part-time, play part-time, work full-time, hold down a job and play. If they got injured, they couldn't work. So, and they ended up ending where they did. And then there's a couple of rugby league players who have similar backstories as well, where they were released by their clubs and ended up, playing part-time or not even playing at all for a while and going in, giving up on the game. And Talakai for the Cronulla Sharks was a bin man or garbologist on Australian standards for, I think, 18 months. I think he went part-time playing in New South Wales Cup and he was working on the bins. Frank Ribery was labouring. Trying to think of some other really obscure ones, but yeah, there are some high-profile athletes who are professionals who at points were semi-pro or amateur, and they were slogging away, working and living in the real world. And at the end of the day, I think it served them in really good stead for being professional athletes, is they actually had skills that they can cope in the real. Yeah, Dave Kitson. Dave Kitson, yes. We really do have some trolls on tonight. Do I think City will win a 5th title? Yes, and yes, it would hurt if you headbutt a cactus. Would not recommend it because you're going to have to go to hospital and have the spines removed surgically because they'll get infected and then you'll get tetanus and need a tetanus shot and you'll get sepsis. So yeah, you headbutt that cactus. You do that. It will hurt. I hate to say I told you so. I mean, you are talking to someone who got drunk once and fell into a load of stinging nettles and then woke up not particularly well. But then I've just seen what your name is, so you're disappearing because you've got a. Oh my god! But yeah, no, the interesting thing is. The interesting thing is, why do Reading and QPR have a rivalry? Well, they both play in the same colours. Honestly, because QPR haven't really... They've had spells in the top flight, as of Reading. QPR have been more successful in the top flight, unlike Reading. QPR actually finished second one season and won a League Cup. It's more to do with the fact that they spent the majority of their existence in the lower divisions. QPR, majority of their time, QPR first or second division, Reading second, third division, sometimes fourth division. But they end up fighting for promotion or trying to fight to avoid relegation in the same season. And QPR do have actually a lot of fans outside of London. And I work with a lot of Reading fans, and of course, I have various shirts and beanies, all my sports memorabilia. This winter, I decided to wear my QPR beanie, and it didn't go down well with some of the Reading fans that I worked with. But a lot of it's to do with, wow. We really do have some trolls out tonight, don't we? Really do have the trolls out tonight. I really do. Apparently, I'm a fascist and I'm a homophobe. This is. It's just the one guy constantly doing it, and I know who it is. I work with him. I work with the guy. I know exactly who it is. Oh, there's a reason why I make sure you've got to be subscribed for 20 minutes or longer. I know who it is as well. Same person. And the only thing they're doing is actually helping the channel get bigger by increasing the traffic. So, ironically, they're actually doing me a favor, but it's just so annoying. The fact that they actually spend time to come up with names like P, surname Ness, I'm a fascist. It's just, yeah, they've got nothing better to do. You know, it's annoying, but this was something that happened a lot back in 2018 and 2019, which is why I stopped doing live streams for a while. You know, it got annoying. I've got so many people on the block list because they're just trolls, which is why I've got the amount of moderators that I do, which is interesting. Yeah, I know who it is. I do know who it is. I have a rough idea who it is. I have a rough idea who it is. I have a very, very good idea who it is. So, and he's been warned not to spam the channel and shit. So, but, you know, some people have got seriously nothing better to do. Yeah, it does. It does. And there's only so many accounts you can make on one email as well. You know, no, he doesn't. And to be honest, he has no idea what I'm going to do to him when I get hold of him. He really doesn't. Because yeah, it is frustrating and it is annoying, and it does, you know. I think your maximum I think you can have is 6, and then you have to set up a whole new email account. And I do think if you get so many blocked and reported and banned, yeah, it gets frustrating. Some people have just got no life. They tend to have put a lot of drugs and alcohol into their system, so they think they're actually being quite funny, and then in reality they're just being very, very sad individuals. But they are helping with the channel algorithm because they're creating a lot of traction, which is really ironic, which actually helps with the view counts and the view hours and getting closer to monetization. But oh well, hate is going to hate. I'm living in their head rent free. Yes, but that sums up most of my work colleagues, to be fair. Yeah, but what happens is you have to have the email address. So you have to have that email address to set up a YouTube, and you're allowed so many accounts on a said email address. So I've got 2 YouTube channels off the same email address. So I've got this channel and the history channel, and so basically what then happens is so many of your accounts. So it's quite easy to set up the initial number of accounts, but then yeah, you'll be restricted. I think you've got to have a bit of yeah. It gets frustrating, but at the same time, ironically, they're actually helping the channel, which is just defeating the object of their trolling, which is to wind me up. I actually laugh. They just get blocked. It's easy. As soon as you stop responding to them, see, he's made another account. So since this live stream's been going, this guy's made 4 accounts. And the irony is, like, I'm just blocking them and reporting them because I know they're trolls. But the channel has just gained like 4. You know, he's made 4 separate accounts in the last hour. So this guy's got a lot of spare time on his hands. But then you've got to be subscribed for 20 minutes before you can leave a comment. And then after that, it is sad. It is sad. But, you know, when you're dealing with someone with the mental age of a 5-year-old, whose parents are inbred, and, you know, cheats on his missus regularly with multiple women, there you go. Yeah, but what can you do? What can you do? They might have even created multiple accounts at this point. What can you do? All they're doing is helping with the algorithm, helping with the view hours, you know, helping with you know. Yeah, I can make it longer if I want, but actually no, I'm actually going to make it longer. I'm going to play their own game now. Yeah, I can customize it, so I could make it. I could make it what? Let's have a look. The maximum I can make it is an hour. Oh no, no, oh no. Oh wow, this is fantastic. Okay. Right. Let's make this interesting. Bosh. Okay. There you go, 5 hours or longer. They want to play the game. They want to play the game. They want to. I could make it a year if I wanted to, but then unfortunately, some of you would actually then no longer be able to be in the chat. But no, as I say, I know I have a rough idea who it is. I do. I mean, I could say subscriber. You know, I could put it down as hours, weeks. I could put it down. I mean, what? Let's have a look how long I can actually make. I'm not actually going to do this, but I want to see. I can do years. Oh, fantastic! Oh, fantastic! I could put down years if I wanted to. I can. The maximum I can have is years plus. So unfortunately, because a lot of newer subscribers have obviously legitimately joined, and therefore, I don't know. We've been going for 4 hours and 50 minutes. So in that regard, I don't know, but I think I might have actually. I think we might have actually stopped him, but yeah, you can adjust it. I mean, the minimum setting is 5 minutes, but you can adjust it up to as standard. But then you can just put custom adjustment in. Like you can adjust it. You can put days, weeks, months, years. The fact the channel's only been going for like 6 years, it'd be kind of difficult if I was to like 6, 7 years. If I was to like go, yeah, I'm going to leave it to like literally the first 5 subscribers, that would work. But I'm now more tempted to put, you know, subscriber only modes for longer. It's worked really well for a long time, which is unfortunately, yeah. Yeah, just over 7 years. I started in 2019 making content, and so yeah, it was 7 years. It was 7 years last month, about a month ago. 7 years in a month. I don't know how many subscribers I've still got from the early days who are actually truly subscribed from 2017, but I would think it would be a fair few. I would think it'd be a fair few. But yeah, I mean, I've just been plugging away. It's a hobby. It's a hobby for me. Like I don't. I could potentially take this more seriously than I do. I could definitely take it a bit more seriously than I currently do, but you know, in regards to the fact that I've put you know the amount of content I've done, as in, yeah, I mean, look, I mean, I do have a full-time job, as I say. When I do book time off, it's generally during major sports tournaments. So I've got the first 2 weeks of the Euros off, for example. I managed to watch, I think, every game apart from two of the Rugby League World Cup we recently had. I watched every game, but apart from a couple of the Rugby Union World Cup. So in that regard, I've been pretty lucky with kickoff times and time. The matches are on TV. I've been quite lucky in getting my holiday approved for. Oh shit! So I'm off from the 17th to the 28th, so I get to watch the first 2 weeks of the Euros, for example. And I put that request in nearly a month ago just to make sure that I definitely got the time off. And yeah, I'm not going to be able to watch every single game at the Euros. I'm going to the last games in the group stages. Obviously, they play 2 games at the same time. I'm going to cherry pick a game. I'm going to stick with that game, even if one team's already qualified and one team's not going to qualify. I'll stick with I'll cherry pick my games. I'm going to watch that game over that game. I should be able to watch all the knockout stages of the Euros. So in that regard, yes, there's no one prefers the 2014 format because the best third-place teams, 4 out of the 6, go through to the next round. Yeah, no one. Yeah, 16. It was harder to qualify, so you knew the teams playing at the Euros were top quality teams. That was stacked. But at the same time, with the way that they've expanded, the Euros now to 24, there are some top quality players who play for perceived lesser European nations, and so it now is easier to qualify for the Euros, yes, but at the same time, we're getting exposed to more European talent that then gets exposed to a global audience, and suddenly you have and it's the second most popular footballing tournament after the World Cup. Like, yes, it's popular in Europe, but then the North Americans, just especially in the US, are just obsessed because it's the best talent playing the best talent. No, Latvia qualified in 2004. Latvia made it. They were debutants in 2004, and Greece went on to win in 2004. We've got Georgia as debutants this time round, admittedly 20 years later. And so there is that possibility that a new nation could win the Euros, and I think an underdog could win the Euros. Well, you never know. If Georgia can do it, then anything's possible. If Finland can qualify, if Iceland can qualify, if Albania can qualify, I think anything's possible. And when Latvia qualified, it was harder. So in that regard, they're more likely to do it. And if the way it's going, I mean, they've expanded the tournament from 16 to 24. Initially, it was an 8-team tournament. I wouldn't be surprised if they expand to 32 before too long. I really wouldn't be surprised if they get to a 32 team competition before too long. And that's not me being facetious. That would mean, half the teams in Europe don't qualify. Yeah, ice hockey is far more popular in Latvia. They're more successful than ice hockey. They've actually medalled in the World Championships. Um, they've got more professional. I mean, ice hockey, as I say, they've got more top quality ice hockey players playing in the NHL and the big leagues across Europe than football players. Yes, but Pahars and was the best Latvian player of all time. When will Russia return? I don't know. Don't know on that one. That's like how long is a piece of string. It all depends on what FIFA and UEFA, and then of course it's also an Olympic sport as well. What the IOC and other Olympic and governing bodies and other sports, because IIHF, Russia is still banned. Rugby league, rugby union, and they've got a decent rugby union setup as well. They qualify for multiple rugby union World Cups. They're still banned. So it's how long is a piece of string? I think as time goes on, I think the willingness is going to slowly come back there to try and use the sporting aspect as a sort of a peace overture. And it's a big part of Putin's domestic policy is, Russia competing and doing well in professional sport and their athletes doing well. They will be hurt in the fact that they're not at the Olympics, or if they are, they've got to compete under the neutral banner. They will be hurt in that they're not at the World Championship ice hockey. That will hurt. That they're not able to represent. So there's definitely damage politically done to the Russian state and Putin. And they've used sport as a political tool. They've obviously hosted Winter Olympics, World Cup, F1. So they do use sport, as I say, as a political tool, and it helps with investment and it helps with their standing in the world. But there's also been a lot of sports scandals involving Russia. So, well, the Olympics, the Olympics doesn't seem to get the same. It's definitely the Olympic image has been tarnished in more recent games. I think you look at Sochi in 2014 and what came out about that. You look at the cost associated with the Olympics, be it winter or summer, and how much it actually costs and how it does actually hurt the finances of the host nation or the host city. And it can and has led to financial problems in these countries. The underuse of facilities, sporting, the Olympic facilities following. Like look at the Rio Games, for example. You look at Athens. Some of the facilities have completely fallen into disrepair and disuse, or underutilized. So it's still a massive talking point, absolutely. And of course, then the doping side of things has a big impact. And yeah, I mean, you can't, talk about the Olympics without all the controversy, the corruption, potential. Well, I wouldn't say match fixing, but spot fixing and fixing of results. We've seen, intimidation of judges. There's issues surrounding the boxing and the ice skating, for example. There's been a lot of doping. There has been some. The Athens 2004 Games was a very good Olympics. There's no doubt on that. There's no doubting that it was a very, very good Games, but it had a hard act to follow after Sydney. And Atlanta. They were two brilliant Olympics as well. But it was a very, very memorable one. But they were still finishing off some of the facilities literally on opening day, and after the opening ceremony, they were still trying to finish facilities and fan zones. They hadn't completed it all. and there was money issues in the build up and afterwards that caused a lot of problems for not only Athens but Greece in general. And you look at some of the facilities; they are crumbling. They've just been left to rot um, all around Greece. It's not just Athens; it's all around Greece. The what was it? Is it the kayak? The kayak course abandoned. I think one of the velodromes is abandoned for the cycling. I think a few of the aquatic facilities are either underused or abandoned. I think the Olympic Stadium's obviously been used for the Europa Conference League final on Wednesday. And there's not a lot else I can really think of that's still used. London, I think, is one of my favourite sporting. London 2012. I saw the torch relay go past my house. Well, just literally about 500 metres from my house at the time. So I saw the torch relay. Here I am, and I think there where the laptop is, that's how close I got to the torch relay. Literally, I just stuck my hand and gave the thumbs up. So I saw the torch relay actually in person. I have very fond memories of it. My partner at the time, her mother was a volunteer at the rowing at Eton Dorney, which is literally right by where my friend Rob, his parents actually live, by Eton Dorney. Yeah, I have very fond memories of London 2012. Very fond memories. That was an Olympic Games where I truly did have a, you know, a good vibe at a time when this is only a year after the the riots in 2011 that started in London and spread around the country, and that disorder and all that, especially in London, and the concerns surrounding security and safety and all that. So there was a lot going on at the time, and it was a real positive experience, absolutely. Uh, so yeah, and there was a lot of positives, I think. Yeah, I mean, well, my ex-girlfriend at the time, or my girlfriend at the time, she lived on the edge of London, edge of Surrey, but she worked in Kingston upon Thames, and I used to travel. I basically sort of lived at hers for about a year or so, but I used to travel from the Thames Valley into London. I used to get 2 or 3 trains in, and I would have to change trains and all that. And I used to work in Surrey, and I used to sometimes commute from work, or go from work on a Friday, or even a Thursday, go into London. And if I was working the Friday or the Saturday, I would go back to Guildford. But yeah, I was, yeah, it was crazy time. It was a crazy time that August. And then a year later, we had the Olympics, and people just forget how quick and how, there's all this disorder, looting, riots, people actually died, street battles, all this disorder and all this unrest. And then 12 months later, we've got an Olympic Games, best ever medal haul, Super Saturday, crazy records and attendance and viewership figures. The weather was horrendous. It just rained all the time. It literally just rained all summer. So absolutely horrendous weather. And then, yeah, then we had the Rio Games and the Rio Games, yeah, the World Cup 2014, too soon after. But it's much like with the French. They've had the Rugby Union World Cup. Now they've got the Olympics. They pulled out the Rugby League World Cup. Can't afford it. Very, very similar in regards to France. Have they overextended themselves? Is this Olympics going to be a bit of a red herring? Is it going to be all these, underutilized facilities following the Olympic Games? Like what's, what are these? What are these facilities going to? Are they going to be well used after the Olympics? Are they? Is that Olympic legacy going to be there? You got the opening ceremony they want to do using the river barges and all the security. How much that's going to cost? So it's very interesting. Yeah, they've had a women's World Cup or women's Euros? They've had the men's Euros, the World Cup. They've had the Winter Olympics in Albertville in '92. People forget about that. They had the Confederations Cup and the FIFA World Cup in '97 and '98. The Rugby World Cup, technically the first time they shared it. They shared some games, but then 2007 and last year, yes, that's true. So you can see where this is heading. They've definitely had a lot of oh god, bloody bugs. That's going to be annoying. But they definitely had a lot of sporting events. They've put and then the Rugby League World Cup meant to be there in 2025, and now they've pulled out of hosting it because they run out of money because they put all their emphasis on the Olympics and the Rugby Union World Cup, and so they getting and then the Euros and getting all those facilities up. There's no spare cash, and so they've definitely overextended. So I'm very interested to see what the end results going to be in regards to the finances. How much is this going to cost? There are some security and cost concerns going into this Olympics. So there's a lot to bear in mind. It's most likely going to be Australia in 2026. That's what's been hinted. I think that's a shame. I think New Zealand could have been a great standalone host, considering that the tournament is going to be smaller and they've already got the facilities in place to pull it off, and they've definitely got the fans to pull it off. Just the domestic fans alone could sell out all the stadiums without all the travelling fans going there from the UK and France, and you would have enough expat Aussies over there to have a good bit of support. But Australia looks more likely than New Zealand, even though New Zealand have basically said that we'll host it. That's not going to happen now, but which is a shame. I think having New Zealand as the sole hosts of the Rugby League World Cup in 2026 would have been fantastic, considering that they're planning to basically have a second New Zealand team in the NRL by that point. But yeah, I think the International Rugby League is really badly organised. It lost money last year. I think it was $500 million. I think that's Australian dollars, mine. But they lost a lot of money, even with all those Pacific nations internationals at the end of the season. They lost money. It's meant to be every 4 years. But it has a weird cycle. So we've had them in 2000, 2008, or 2007, I think it was, 2013, 2017, delayed in 2021, so 2022. Now it's going to be 2026 rather than 2025. So they've mixed and matched it over the years. We've had a 5-year cycle at one point. So it's meant to be every 4 years. Obviously, delaying it by a year means it's going to be 2026 rather than 2025, which is what they initially wanted. So, yeah, it is what it is. But the IRL doesn't make money. It's actually operating at a loss. The international game is not in a good state. It's basically reliant on the NRL leading the way. And organising things and the players being released to play. As far as I'm aware, I don't think England or Great Britain have any test matches lined up at the end of this season. No one's confirmed, be it Samoa or Fiji or PNG, that they're going to play a 3-test series like Tonga did last year, which is a big problem because they're more likely to want to play in this Pacific tournament unless they decide to rotate these nations, including Australia and New Zealand, and rotate them. We did it. The last time we sent a GB team touring was 2019, and we lost all 3 Test matches to PNG, Tonga, and I think it was either Fiji or Samoa. We got battered, and several players were basically Aussies who claimed residency or had a parent who was born in the UK or a grandparent, and we got battered. And it was a low point, I think, for Wayne Bennett's coaching career. I think that's why Sean Wayne replaced him. Got it horribly wrong. We got the living crap kicked out of us in the Southern Hemisphere. Most embarrassing tour the GB Lion, Great Britain had ever hosted. Gone on. It was really poor. Losing to PNG was bad, but then losing all 3 Tests was just sham. But the way we lost as well, it didn't reflect well on Wayne Bennett. Didn't reflect well on the Super League. Did not reflect well on the Super League. And it had been, I think, was it 12 or 16-year gap or something since the previous. I think it had been 2007. Yeah, it had been 12 years at that point between GB teams either touring or having Australia and New Zealand tour us or play a Tri-Nations. So it had been, 12 years at that point since a GB national side had been put together. And it had been a long time, and you could definitely see that the emphasis on England had an impact. And you could definitely see the gap between Super League and NRL was there. Even with the reserve grade players you play in New South Wales and Queensland Cup, we played for PNG, for example, and Fiji and Samoa. And some of those fringe players were at a higher standard, and it really was highlighted in that tour. The World Cup, World Cup, home soil, smashed Samoa in the first game, lose the semi-final against basically the same Samoa side. That was quite obvious again. We didn't pace ourselves in that World Cup. We got our tactics wrong. We didn't. Definitely a decline from 2017 when we made the final. New Zealand, I think, will give them a run for that. Well, New Zealand gave them a record-breaking defeat and nilled them at the end of last season. So Australia claim they are. They've won. They've got the highest win percentage, but New Zealand tend to like beating the Aussies a fair bit. New Zealand I think, are at the moment, right now, equal if not slightly better. But that was under Michael Maguire, Madge, as head coach. So Maguire's now coaching New South Wales. The New Zealand Rugby League Board basically pushed him out, even though initially they said they were happy for him to be state of origin coach for New South Wales and national coach for the Kiwis. In the end, they pushed him out. Basically, they've shot themselves in the foot. They've got possibly the best team on paper of players that are eligible to play for New Zealand. The team they could put on the field is scary. Their forward pack, their back line, their halves, they've got a scary team right now. For if they put their best team on the field, I personally think it is actually better than Australia. The combinations work better. The balance of the team works better, including the outside backs. The forward pack is just brute force and brutality. And their outside backs, you've got some great combinations that you could potentially have. And you've got depth in positions that they didn't have before. So, and there's some young like Griffin Neame, for example, young up-and-coming player, burst onto the scene a couple of years ago with the Cowboys. Still a really good young forward. And then you've got players like Fisher Harris. Scary. Their forward pack is terrifying. Their back line is terrifying. So, yeah, I think New Zealand right now, potentially. Yeah, Australia not so much in rugby union at the moment. No, Australia in rugby union is a bit of a mess. That's also to do with money as well, and player development and player retention, because they're actually now starting to lose players to league. Players that have always played in the union system are now converting over to league, and that is something that's not. The Aussies aren't as dominant as what they were 20 years ago. They've gone backwards. They've definitely gone backwards in the last 20 or so years. It's very noticeable that's happened. And yeah, the last World Cup was like the 2015 World Cup for us. It was a complete disaster. And I think it's going to take a long time for the Aussies. Well, the Aussies are going to be hosting in 2027. The fact they've now got a Kiwi in charge, I don't know how that's going to go down, especially if they don't do well at the next World Cup, or they don't do well in the next World Cup cycle between now and the next World Cup. They've got a Kiwi in charge. And the last time a Kiwi was in charge of anything rugby related was Ryling Castle, and look how that ended. So there's definitely, it's the first time they've gone for an overseas coach. It's like Eddie Jones was the first time we went for an overseas coach, and mixed. We had some good times with Eddie Jones and some bad times with Eddie Jones. The only nation I can think of, well, there's only a couple of nations I can think of where they've never gone for an overseas coach in rugby union. I'm not saying in other sports, but rugby union. And that is South Africa, New Zealand, and France. Every other nation I can think of has had an overseas coach at some point. Although South Africa have had Eddie Jones as an assistant back in 2007. So I think South Africa are potentially more open to having the potential of an overseas coach assist or potentially at some point become head coach. But New Zealand and France never happen. Never happen. Now, whether that's a good or bad thing is up for debate, but the French, it doesn't happen in any sport. The head coach is always French. Every sport. Every sport I can think of, the head coach has always been French. So, be it rugby union, rugby league, ice hockey, football, any team sport, the head coach is French. Any individual athlete, their coach is French. It's a weird thing. They're very, very resistant to having that overseas coach dynamic. Very, very resistant. There's a very big bug in my flat, and that's gonna really fucking annoy me. That is a huge motherfucker. That's a big boy. Okay. Yeah, well, again, I think Wales massively overachieved in the World Cup, and then it all fell apart very quickly in the Six Nations. As I said, Warren Gatland is not Wales' saviour, especially when players like Lewis Rees-Zammit are going, yeah, I don't want to play for you anymore. And then you've got players like Tipperick who could still contribute at the national level going, I don't want to play for you anymore. It's the same with Borthwick with England. There are players who are going, you know what, I want to get paid. Can't get paid in England, I'm going to go to France. Or I'm going to go to Major League Rugby. I can get paid there. I can be guaranteed to earn more money. And this is a reflection on the Welsh Union and the RFU as well, that they're not allowing players to play overseas without certain dispensations or special dispensation. They're losing players because the selection policy is so backwards. It's not the amateur era anymore. It's professional now. Players should be allowed to choose where they play their professional rugby union at club level and still be eligible to represent their country. I think these backward policies, like with New Zealand and like with England and Wales and France now, because even though Raphael Ibanez was actually a French player, played in England and was allowed to be selected for France, they are backwards policies, and I don't think necessarily that's going to help them. Do I think it's better to have your own national coach? Again, sport is more professional now than what it was 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago. I think you have to evolve and go with the times. You get the best coach available who can get the best out of the players he has available to him or her. You go for the best coach and you select the best players. And then you select the best tactics to suit the players that you have selected, or vice versa. You choose your tactics and then the best players to fit that system. Whatever way you do it, you need to get the best available in your position to suit your style. It doesn't matter if it's football, rugby union, rugby league, ice hockey, whatever it is, you get the best of the best that are available, that are eligible. But certain countries have a certain, you've got to have, that is a big bug up there. That's going to really annoy me. But certain countries, it is, you say that, but some countries have some good talent within their systems. It's just getting it out of their system. It's just getting it, getting the talent to play at a level and expose that talent to that higher level. Some countries you do need to have an overseas coach. Then you've got to develop the coaching. You've got to develop the coaching by having the younger, these ex-players, becoming an assistant, working within a framework as a junior assistant, and then as an assistant, potentially getting a club job, and then coming back. You can do it. Croatia have proven they can. They've had some great head coaches over their time come out of Croatia. Slovenia in ice hockey and even in football have proven a small nation with a limited player base and a limited population with a very only a couple of million have proven you can have coaching talent depth and be pretty solid at doing it. So it's doable. You've just got to have the right infrastructure in place and develop the coaching whilst also getting those overseas coaches in to help develop the infrastructure in place to aid development of not only players but coaches. And you need funding as well. Anyway, we've been going for nearly 5.5 hours. We've dealt with the trolls. So I'm going to call that a live stream. Thank you very much for sticking with us when the trolls were just coming up with some real BS. It's the same person. And I need to charge my phone as well because I'm on low percentage. But no, it's been great fun. We've discussed a lot. We started with Luke Littler and the darts. Now we're going to circle back. I think obviously Chelsea, Brighton looking for new managers. Ten Hag, we'll see what happens following the FA Cup final. But I think Ten Hag is done. I think if there's all these rumours circulating that they're discussing his position with other managers potentially being linked with the job, I think he's done. I think McKenna stays at Ipswich. I think McKenna stays with it. It doesn't matter if City win or lose. I think Man United, if they win or lose, I think Ten Hag is still out the door. That's my personal opinion on that. I hope he stays and gives it a crack with Ipswich and builds his reputation. If he can keep Ipswich up, then yes, he's earned the right to look at another club. Okay, you've done a job here. Now we're going to offer you a job. But we'll see. Ipswich might do what they did their first season in the Premier League where they finished 5th. And then suddenly there is a discussion about, what he's done there. But from where the club were when he took over, to where's that bloody... Okay, that's not good. There's a rather large bug that's got in it and it's doing bug things. I don't know where it's fucked off to. Which is going to really bug me all night now. Hopefully bug it off out the window. Yeah, there's a big bug somewhere. That's going to annoy me all night now. But no, I hope he stays. Yeah, that was the early 2000s, yes. And then their second season seemed like they fell back, much like Huddersfield. Great first season, couldn't replicate the second season. Sort of like Leeds a little bit. Leeds did quite well their first season and a half, and then fell back and are now obviously in the playoff final on Sunday. So, there's some permutations, but we'll see what happens with Ten Hag. We'll see who replaces Poch at Chelsea. We'll see who replaces De Zerbi at Brighton. We'll see who ends up at Bayern Munich, because obviously Vincent Kompany is one of the managers linked with the Munich job. So there's some vacancies around, and of course that speculation around Man United. Yeah, Leeds have never won a playoff. It's either direct promotion or not. So it'd be very interesting if they win that playoff final. If they don't, it'll be interesting to see what happens with Leeds if they don't win the playoff final. Have to do another whole season because they were battling all the way and then they fell away right at the end of the season. And some people say they choked it, but I think they just hit a bad patch of form at the wrong time. That bug is going to annoy me wherever it's gone. And I do hope he's buggered off out the window again. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens with Leeds. As I say, some clubs do not have a great record in playoffs. Other clubs don't have a great record in finals in general. Like Leicester, for example, they would do really well in the League Cup, win the League Cup multiple times. Couldn't win an FA Cup final. It took like 7 attempts to win an FA Cup final. They hold the record for losing the FA Cup final the most times in a decade. Yet they finally win it at their most recent attempt. So, there is... Do I think the Premier League wants Leeds? The last old Division 1 champions before the Premier League era. I think the Premier League is stronger with Leeds in it, yes. I think it is stronger with Leeds in it because you've got that Yorkshire-Lancashire rivalry. So there's that automatic rivalry with Manchester United and some other clubs from Lancashire as well, or the historical Lancashire. And in theory, if Sheffield United, Sheffield Wednesday, and Bradford, for example, could get back to the Premier League, you get those automatic rivalries with the other big cities in Yorkshire. So, and there's a bit of a rivalry between Leeds and Newcastle as well, a little bit, and then the rest of the North East. So I think the Premier League is stronger with them in the top flight, and they've got their period of history in the 60s and 70s where they were the top dogs in England for a period. That 6-7 year period where they won a lot of silverware. So, Leeds is a big city in the north of England, very important city sporting wise with the rugby league and the football, and the size of the fan bases of both the rugby league and football clubs. The irony is, if you're a Leeds United fan, you're a football fan. You don't. If you're a Leeds Rhinos, you're rugby league. You don't support both. It's a very interesting city, Leeds. But there we go. I'm going to leave that there. Thank you very much, obviously, for all your comments and questions. And of course, the trolls didn't actually win. They just helped the algorithm. They help the view counts, which is really funny. Every time they do it, it makes me laugh. Back in the day, I used to get properly aggravated by it, but not so much now. It's made me laugh. So I have these settings that can make it really difficult for them, but it makes it difficult for you guys. So, but we've got some good some good football to look forward to. We'll see if Leverkusen can basically do a domestic unbeaten season if they win the German Cup tomorrow against Kaiserslautern, and of course Kaiserslautern are in the league below. So I think, yes, the settings will get kind of fun. I can make it really difficult for them, but as I say, we'll see what happens, and I'm gonna keep refer to my banned list because my banned list is long. There's so many people that I put in on the banned list who can't comment anymore, who have been reported. It's just ridiculous. It's so much fun though, but it's also kind of handy having moderators. Really helpful, really helpful. It makes life a lot easier for me, but at the same time, it is what it is. But for me, for now, thank you very much for watching, and keep your eyes peeled for the FA Cup final review tomorrow, and I'll have obviously some more content alongside that for you guys very soon. Bye for now.